A V6, 2,000 pounds of weight limit there. That'll bring up Mike Falcone, Woolgate, Connecticut. Left lane and Drew Wonderly. We'll see if Mission Impossible can dial it in here at 1090. Pair of good lights on that pair. 009 for Michael. 002 for Drew. 1089.6. Pretty good package there. 1097 for Mike Falcone. A 16th package here in this time trial run. Getting him queued up and ready as we start rolling into eliminations later on in the weekend. So we're in Super Street right now. We've got Super Comp coming up next. Super Stock to follow, and then if you are here to see, to participate, to witness the top alcohol cars, we'll kick them off with round one coming up after a few more categories. Red lights are on. We'll take a look up at the top end of the racetrack before we fire the next pair, and we will shut them down here in the starting line. Take a quick look up there at the shutdown area. The track cleared off and continue on here with Super Street. So as said a moment ago, we've got Super Street now. The run order will continue on through Super Comp and Super Stock. After that, we'll have first round, the top alcohol funny cars, top alcohol dragsters. It's not too far away from that here today. Great to have you with us here celebrating the 4th of July weekend here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. A beautiful 2 days ahead. Looking forward to a good couple of days here to round out this weekend's activity here in the Valley. All right, track is clear. And we're ready to get back after it. Carly Wolf, Lumberton, New Jersey driver here on the left side. In the thick equipment lane, Barbara Margulu. In the right side, 1969 Camaro, 582. Staten Island, New York. Creeping into the stage beams, ready to go here. Fourth pair of Super Street. 5/10 Pro Tree is Super Street. And Barbara leaning on that throttle stop for a long time. Watch the mile per hour here for Barbara on the right side. 69 Camaro, top end, 14 on the tree, 1088.5, 152 miles per hour. Carly, not too shabby, 019 on the tree, 1088 with a 3 at 125.02. The pulverizer here on the left side, Larry Pulver, alongside Bill Krug. 1972 Chevy Nova, turns it red, 014. Larry 22 on the tree. Much better 60 foot for Larry, and at the finish, 1093.4, 124 miles per hour. 1098 at 128.51 for Bill Krug. And missed it by a little. Denny Boyle here on the left side of the racetrack. Pro Eliminator regular here at Lebanon Valley. Right side, Mike Fitz. Defending race winner of this event a year ago, though they had to finish it at Epping because of the weather. Mike Fitz trying to go back to back in Super Street here in Lebanon Valley. The two guys who have spent a lot of time running side by side this quarter mile. And Mike Fitz, 1091.7, 130 miles per hour. Denny Boyle, 1094.5 at 128 and way lazy on the starting line. 257 was the reaction time there for Denny Boyle. They'll want to sharpen that up here as they get rolling on to the weekend. We need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Attention, Super Comp. We need you to the staging lanes now, please, for your next run. Super Comp to the staging lanes. So Dave Markle left side, Pat Doherty out of Westerly, Rhode Island, right side, the Firematic side of the racetrack. Markle way out in front. 1089.9, just missed it by a thou. 1158.8 for Pat Doherty off the pace, 147. Bill Arpine, 2005 Pontiac, left side. Hamden, Connecticut. And Don Garbinski from Philadelphia. 1971 Dodge Challenger. .004 on the tree. Let's see if Don can dial it into that 1090. 1092 with a 5. 147 miles per hour for Don. 1088.9 for Bill at 132.11. Right side here is Grant Nichols, pulling double duty this weekend, both in Super Street and in Super Comp. And Kevin Billets and the thick equipment lane. Nice pair of lights there. 00 the pair. And Kevin 11:15 with a 3. Grant Nichols goes 1087.1 at 131.39, under by a touch. Both got the starting line side of it figured out. Weather today, quite a bit different than what we saw here yesterday. I mean, we saw altitude up at about 3,200 feet at one point yesterday. It's been changing here throughout the morning. We're down to about 2,300 feet for the Super Streeters. They kind of dial in the throttle stop to try to get that 1090 run. Russell Odell left side goes 1075.7. Mike Thomas to the right side, 1098 with a 3. For Mike Thomas. Next pair, Steve Nowakowski, East Hampton, Connecticut, and Jeff McMillan from New Paris, Pennsylvania, the 1965 Ford Mustang, right side. Machinist by trade, Nowakowski. Lazy in that first 60 feet, but another car is going to have a high mile per hour at the finish line. 009 in the tree for that run. It goes 1099.8, 142 miles per hour. Jeff, 1091.4 at 109. Here's Neil Vaccaro, 1091 Oldsmobile Cutlass-bodied machine with a Chevrolet power plant. And Keith Mayers, who got the win at Epping just a few weeks ago on Father's Day weekend, 1985 Porsche. You don't hear that every day in drag racing. Mayers 009 in the tree, 1085.3 at 153 miles per hour in the right lane. And Neil Vaccaro 1091 with an 8 at 142. Nick Mattioli from Middlesex, New Jersey, left side, 67 Camaro, 427 inside that machine. And Steve McCarrick from Phelps, New York. So a wheel stand there for Steve, carried it well past the 60 foot. Here comes Rick. Rick only 1 thou away from being perfect, and how about that 1090 with a 4, a 5,000s package here in time trials, and boy, that's one of those that you'd love to be able to save for first round. We'll see if Rick can duplicate that a little later in the weekend. McCarrick. Snuck it on down there at 1094 with a 3. Dave Bergfeld, Painland, New Jersey, here in the Fink equipment lane on the left side. And Douglas Busa on the right side. A pair of Camaros making their way down the quarter mile. And Dave Bergfeld, 1089-1. 79 Gen 2 Camaro, 468 under the hood. Ray goes red by 18. Jay 31 to the green side. And Ray Butler 1089 with a 3. Jay Neville 1094 with a 5. Right side in the Firematic lane. Oh, nice little step side pickup here. Do not have the driver information. And Brian Sawyer, the great Sawyer Racing family. Got the RU next to his name. In Epping, came up just shy, picking up the divisional win just a few weeks ago. Met who we saw earlier in this time trial round, Keith Mayers. In the final round, sudden impact. My dad, Ray Sawyer, on the property here this weekend as well, running in Super Gas. Got a couple of national event wins over there for Brian on the right side. See what he can do here at Lebanon Valley. 3 green for Brian. 18 green for the pickup. 1094-0. Brian under just a bit. 1088 with a 2. 144.53. Peter Diamond. Saugerties, New York over here on the right side. So a wheel stand out of the pickup truck. Gets out about 100 feet, hits that throttle stop, picks it back up before the 330 cone. And we'll see what Diamond does here. Right side, 1082. With a 0, 1098.6. Don't have the info on the driver on the left side. Pass it along as we get it to you. Well, could use some help. We got Kevin Billets up at the top end of the racetrack who can use a tow back. If you're with Kevin, if you're Kevin's friend, if you want to be Kevin's friend, go up and give him a hand. He's stuck up at the top end of the racetrack. Kevin Billets up at the top end of the racetrack. So if you can, go up there and give him a hand making his way back. Here's Peter Maduri, left side. Gary Federico, right side, 1987. Hopewell Junction, New York. 79. $1085.3 left side. 1090 with a 7. Right side for Gary. Frank Abad, 1968 Camaro. Wading River, New York has had a lot of success in Super Street over the years. Dutch Classic winner nearly 2 decades ago. Won a lot of different racetracks. Maple Grove, Atco, E-Town. Runner-up a couple times in the Nationals. And Robert Loans over there on the right side, 1971 Nova bright orange. Gotta love racing stripes, right? Pair of green lights. Again, targeting that 1090 number, 1089 with a 2 for Frank. Robert, 1098 with a 6. Zach Byron, the Byron Racing pick-em-up truck, 1986 S10. And Frank Volpe over the right side, 1985 F-body Camaro with a 383 001 on the tree. For Frank, we saw a 5 thou package earlier in the day today. Can we get another? Ooh, not bad. 1090 with a 7 for Frank, 8 thou. Pretty good package here in the opening run of the day. Zach Byron, 1087 with a 6, 124 miles per hour for Zach. Jason Mazzata, along with Taylor Iacono on the right side. A lot of pickup trucks we're seeing running here in Super Street. A 1999 Chevy pickup truck for Taylor, the young driver. And Jason Mazzata, Haverhill, Mass. Bumping him in. Oh, Jason, 1093 with a 2 at 131 miles per hour. Taylor Iacono, 1086.9, 132.40. Lou Aviolo. Little Falls, New Jersey. 68 Camaro. You got the Pontiac Firebird on the right side. Rolled through the beams onto the starting line. 73 on the tree. Lou goes 003. Towards the finish line, the Firebird huffing and puffing. Top end 1079.0 and a 1091.9 for Lou Aviolo. And Jonathan Leahy on the right side, 67 Nova. Sam Capizzi Jr., at least on the side of that Daytona on the left side. Don't have the official data here in our timing system in the tower. So don't hold me to that. We'll call him Sam. He's out in front, Daytona, 11. 1087.5, 133 miles per hour. Jonathan Leahy goes 1088.1 at 150.43. Timothy Fletcher, another driver doing double duty here this weekend. 69 Chevy. ATI Performance Products on the side of that machine, and Kelly Kondratic. 87 Chevrolet. Monte Carlo over there on the right side. Hood scoop out in front. Nice light for Kelly. 008. We've seen quite a few 00s here in this run. And 1090 with a 4. I think that's about the third best package we've seen. Puts together a 12-pack. Well, pretty good couple of runs here we've seen out of both lanes. Jose Sanchez in the Oldsmobile. I mean, I don't like to admit it, but my first car was an Oldsmobile. Okay, I do. Jason Lawrence over there on the right side. 72 Duster. Cutlass with a Chevrolet power plant, 383. The Dodge with a, Dodge power plant. Now watch the mile per hour out of the Duster. launches, comes to a near stop, and here comes Jason, going to go sailing right on by 1087.8, 148 miles per hour. Compared to the Oldsmobile, only went 121 miles per hour. 1087 spent a little less time on the throttle stop. I'll bring up Clint Walters in the Fink equipment lane, left side, and Hong Lee on the right side. Firematic lane, Epping, New Hampshire driver. Nice little racetrack up there. So the Chevy 2 right side for Hong Lee. Clint Walters rolling on down there, 1087.6. Hong Lee missed it by a bit, 11.042 for Hong. Looks like we've got the final few pair of Super Street. Here is Sean Frick and Thomas Amorosi on the right side, Belleville, New Jersey. Frick turns it red, 003. Thomas 005 green. And he goes 1092 with a 9 for Thomas Amorosi. And Sean Frick, 1093.3 for Sean. He'll make the quick turnaround, hop in the dragster, and be ready to go for Super Comp, which is coming out next. And then there was one. Third gen Camaro. Nice run, 1090 with a 2, 129.89 miles per hour for the final car in Super Street. Well, next time we see Super Street, they'll be coming out for round 1. We've got Super Comp rolling into the water box now, and Super Stock to follow after that, and then it'll be time to go racing in the top alcohol variety. It'll be top alcohol funny car, top alcohol dragster, so we've got Super Comp, Super Stock. Then we get to the alcohol cars and we start racing. Here's Chris Latiga on the left side, the Latiga racing team. His brother Nick hanging out down there in the starting line. So, we saw a moment ago with Super Street. Everybody trying to go 1090. Here in Super Comp, everybody's going to try to go 890. Steve Proxy to the right side of the racetrack. Not too often that you see full-bodied cars in Super Comp. Always kind of fun when you do, though. Now, Chris Latiga goes 1092 with a 7. And Door Slammer, 871 with a 9 at 164.62 miles per hour. Now Steve Prey over there on the right side. Like I said, you don't see many cars with doors in this category. But we get 2 in a row. Lance Pinto here on the left side, the 05 Cavalier. Like the paint scheme on that. And Jason Kenny on the right side, Dan Page dragster. Multi-time division champion for Dan Page. Out of Kutztown, Pennsylvania. 007 red for Jason. Goes 885.9 for Jason. Lance in the left lane, 887.4 in that Cavalier. And now we got a pair of the long, skinny ones. So Joey Cambria on the right side in the Firematic lane. And Amanda Boyseco on the left side. Like I said, Boychesko. So here is Amanda, left side, red dragster. Right side, Joey. I can say that one. And there they go. You see the different strategies on the throttle stop with the cars. Amanda's came on quickly. How about it? 001 for Amanda, 892 with a 9. Joey, 37 on the tree, goes a little bit quick. 886 with a 1 for Joey there on the right side. Michael Handress, left side. Nitro Fish, dragster. And Rich Dorr. National event winner just a few years ago in Epping. Back in 2017 for Rich Dorr. Up the stripe, both of them quick. 886.6 for Rich Dorr. 887.6 for Michael Handress. They'll have to dial that in a little bit better there for round number 1. Get a little closer to that 890 dial-in. John Durfus left side. Rick Rollinson in the Firematic lane. Red light out of John. That's okay. You can get away with it here in this time trial run. 898.1 for John. 888.5 for Rick. Antonio Benina, Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Not far from the airport. And Alan Gauthier, the Raven Racing entry. The wing out the back, regular here at the Valley, Hampton, Massachusetts driver. Antonio giving chase up there at the big end, goes 887.1. Allen, 885.3. Both going under. Haven't seen too many 890s like we saw in Super Street. Super Street, we saw a lot of 1090 runs, some good packages down in the teens or better range. We haven't quite seen that here in Super Comp. Jasmine Weeder here on the left side. Rensselaer, New York driver. And Mark Pettit, Nashua, New Hampshire. And there they go. Well, here's Mark, 007. Haven't seen a lot of those here in Super Comp either, but only goes 9-11 with a 1. Triple ones on the end of that 9. 888 with a 6 for Jasmine. Not too bad on the tree there. There's Richard Dorr. A little bit of an older chassis for Rich. This is a 1992 dragster chassis, a 396 Chevrolet power plant. Has had some success at the national level. Run it up a few times at Maple Grove and at Englishtown. And look at the length of that throttle stop. For Dorr there on the right side, charging big mile per hour here in the right lane. 183.31. Pops the laundry up there at the finish line. Parachutes come out. 887.1. So, Dick Dorr, the fastest Super Comp car we've seen so far here in this session. At 183. Here's Rob Hyatt. I mean, anything's with flames has got to be fast, right? Flames on the nose of that Dan Page dragster for Rob. Spencer Markle on the right side. 632 cubic inches. and a wing to plant it down to the ground. 887.6 for Rob. Spencer goes 887.3, 179.63 miles per hour. So Dorr still holding that fastest speed award here in this qualifier. And that'll bring up Sale, New Hampshire's Emily LeBlanc. Quick mop of the starting line here in front of Emily's dragster. In the blitz. Right side, Kyle Bigley. One of the rising stars in Super Comp competition. Pretty even on the starting line. Hey, there we go. Kyle goes dead zero. 23 on the tree. Emily, not too bad either. 893 with a 0. It's kind of strange, but I think that 23 pack put together there by Kyle Bigley might be the best one of the session so far. One of the only cars to go 890 today. There's Brad Coriel on the left side and Grant Nichols on the right side. We saw Grant earlier in the Super Street category. He's got a lot more laps and 2 track championships with this dragster than he did with that Mustang that he was running earlier. His son normally runs that one. Brad turns it red. Grant is 12 green. See how close they can get. 888.2, and boy, how about that? 2 runs in a row. 890 with a 0. But Brad goes red by 27, so he's got the second half of the track figured out. Get the starting line part figured out. Might have a pretty good weekend. That's the hardest part, though, isn't it? That's starting line. Drivers fits. Playing with like thousands of seconds. Little numbers. Richard Leone and Chris Cumming. Leone in a relatively new chassis. He's got a year on this car. And Raw. .883.9, 172 miles per hour for Rich Leone. Chris Cumming, 886.9, 176. And here's our next pair. Michael McIntyre, Sutton, Massachusetts, and Heather Fetch, Colonia, New Jersey. We saw Anthony Fetch earlier here in the morning. His stock eliminator came out. He came out with that huge wheel stand in his Camaro on the right side. We'll see how Heather does. Heather was out here testing on Thursday when we had the test and tune session for all the divisional competitors. 007 for Michael, 889.0. Heather Fetch, 012 at 887.3. Here's Keith Lausier, Winsted, Connecticut driver. And Chrissy Klein. Chrissy just guiding that dragster over there to the right side of the racetrack into the stage and beams. Got it a little straightened out there after backing up out of the burnout box. Got it lined up, pointed square. And ready to go. Because you don't want to be crooked. It's sticky out there. Oh, Chrissy turns it red. 25 to the red side and a minus. Keith Lausier, 18 on the tree, 887.6, 164 miles per hour. And Chrissy Klein, 897.0, 169 for Chrissy. Attention to the pits. We need super stock to the staging lanes for your final qualifier, super stock. We need you to the staging lanes. Super stock to the lanes, please. So David Rowe, right side. And Timmy Marcullo on the left side. Staten Island, New York driver. Race Tech chassis. Undercover chassis in the blue chip dragster, right side. David's out on him. Here comes Timmy. 0.15 on the tree for Timmy. Missed it by 5 thou on the other end. 889.5. David Rowe quite a bit quicker. 876.3. I'll have to go back and tweak on that a little bit here for first round. Well, a quick update here on the run order here this morning. We're going to run through the rest of Super Comp. Then we're going to run Super Stock. Then we're going to run Super Gas before the alcohol cars. So once again, we're going to get through Super Stock. Then we're going to run Super Gas, and then the alcohol cars will follow Super Gas. Just be ready for that. All right, here's Craig Rice and Janice Willard. On the Firematic side, Rice here in the Fink equipment lane. And Craig Rice well under 845.2. And Janice Willard 885.1. When you run in the super categories and you get out, you know, a couple hundred feet before the finish line and there's nobody next to you, something's not right. It could be in your favor, it could not. In that case, a little bit quick. It's all right. Just a time trial, you can tweak on that. Here's Dana Bakken and Tom Oliver from Old Bridge, New Jersey. So Dana Beauchamp, 13 on the tree, quadruple 8s on the ET slip, and Tom Oliver slows to a 10.46.5. Did not get off the starting line very good at all, so looking for better things the next time they hit the racetrack. And here's Tiana Zarelli from Beverly, Massachusetts on the left side, and Thomas Slater. So TT Motorsports for Tiana Zarella. Well, we saw that mile per hour laid down by Dorr earlier at 183. Could that be challenged here? Yep, not quite. 174 with a 70. 895.0 for Tom Slater. And Tiana, 883 with a 4. Over there on the left side for the TNT entry. And here's Jack Sapanik. Sapanik here in the Fink equipment lane will line up alongside James Blake. Wild paint scheme on the Sapanik dragster. Multiple national event wins to his credit. Jegs All-Star win. Katie Sapanik, running in stock eliminator, has already seen the racetrack this morning. Here's Jack left side. Here's James right side. Follow a Dream. Oh, Follow a Dream funny cars have campaigned throughout the Northeast for many, many years. That familiar orange paint scheme on the side. The top alcohol dragsters has come to the valley here and run match races on Friday nights under the lights. How about that? Jack Sapanik 003 goes under 884.3. James Blake 021 on the tree, 884.8. So I think, if memory serves, we've seen about 2 dead-on runs on the 90 with a 0. And Kyle Bigley, by virtue of a 23 light, right now holding on to the Best Package Award in this time trial. Ken Moses on the left side, Miranda Marsters. Lining up in the black dragster right. Ken's got the green, gray, and black colors here on the near side. Ken turns it red, 006. Miranda, 023 green. Talked about Kyle Bigley a moment ago, 023. How about that? Boy, history repeats, huh? Miranda, 890-0. Almost the identical run to what we saw Kyle Bigley make in that right lane probably, I don't know, 10, 12 pairs ago. Not bad at all. Miranda's here to play this weekend. Chuck Capella, West Springfield, Massachusetts. Jamie Madison over there on the right side, another Marsters car. Won a couple weeks ago up at New England Dragway. Oh, 30 for Jamie. 887 with a 2 on the right side. And Chuck goes 886.9. 184. Chuck now has the high mile per hour of the Super Comp round. I want to welcome everybody who's watching online on D1TV. I mean, in reality, you should be here. But if you can't be, if you're not close to Lebanon Valley Dragway, that's okay. We'll let you kick back and watch online and enjoy the action from wherever you are. You know, we were sitting back watching it at the campground yesterday, getting a good idea of what was happening here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Came up today to enjoy a beautiful 2 days of racing. Eliminations coming up later in the day today. And boy, it's always fun. Time trials are cool. Eliminations are cooler. Jim Blake and Jessica Sadusky, right side. Jessica goes 886 with an 8. And Jim slows to a 1089.1. Well, we were bragging a little bit earlier about Super Street, but you want to do a Super Street elapsed time in a Super Comp car. He would have missed it by 9 thou, but not going to help him. They don't let you drive the skinny ones, the dragsters in Super Street. Oh, Dave Markle and Steve Logan. Logan of the Northeast Motorsports and Page Dragster, right side. Won the Dutch Classic back in 2019. Seems like it was so long ago. It's because it was a really long offseason. Logan turns it red, 003. All right, Dave Markle, trip 0, perfect on the front end. How close can he get on the back end? Well, there you have it. Close, but not close enough. 889.5. So Dave Markle, perfect on the starting line. Missed it on the other end by 5 thou. And just a reminder, We're going to go ahead and slide Super Gas right in behind Super Stock. And we'll have the top alcohol cars coming out after Super Gas. So a slight change in the run order, so just be ready for that. We're getting down to the final few here in Super Comp. Super Stock rather is coming up next. Super Stock is coming up next. And we'll back that up with Super Gas before we go into the top alcohol dragster cars and funny cars. The fast ones. Howie Smith's left side. Mike Robolato right side. Mike only missed it by 3 thou. 889 with a 7 for Mike. 886 with a 5 for Howie. In the left lane. Here's Jamie Dimon and Chase Bainstock. Now, Jamie Dimon is a high school math teacher. And you got to love guys that try to further the sport. Well, he takes and applies physics and calculus that he learns on his race car, and he teaches it to his students in the classroom. Pretty cool deal. His wife Stephanie's out here running as well. But I mean, Alan, how cool would it be to go to like calculus in high school and be like, let me teach you about drag racing? Work pretty good, right? Yeah. How'd that work out for you? Worked out good, yeah. All right, so Jamie Dimon, left side. Chase Bainstock, right side. Jamie and his wife Stephanie a couple weeks ago won here in Super Pro. 884.5 for Jamie, but he turned it red. 894 with a 0 for Chase, right side. That'll bring up Justin Mason from Northborough, Massachusetts. One of those. And William Gilman on the right side. Pair of Dan Page dragsters here. .001 for Gilman on the red side. 892 with a 1. Justin Mason, 887.5 for Justin. Oh. What'd you say? It's lunchtime? All right. Fresh chicken wings. I like chicken wings. Fresh chicken wings is a special today at the concession stand, and the novelty booth is open. Get your Lebanon Valley gear. Like ice cream for when you get up at dark 30, like 10 o'clock is lunchtime, isn't it? I mean, it's got to be. Philip Molicella here and Jennifer Murray. Jennifer on the right side, the blue dragster. Philip left side, purple, orange. Pair of good lights here in this final opportunity before we go racing, but 884.8 for Jennifer. 883.8 for Philip. 183.27 miles per hour. So another one of those dragsters going a little bit quicker than 180 here in the Super Comp category this weekend. Bill Krug and Kathy Smulligan, who's in the Firematic lane on the far side of the racetrack. Bill from nearby Albany, New York. Well, this should get interesting. You see the reaction times up there on the scoreboard. And Bill, a little bit quick, 883 with a 2. And Kathy, 888.6. Bill, 001. Kathy, 004. Pretty good on the pair there in the starting line. As we continue to roll through here, this time trial round 4 Super Comp. Super Stock coming up next. And thank you all for joining us here at Lebanon Valley Dragway and doing an excellent job at practicing your very best social distancing. Angelo DiTaco on the left side, Michael Karen right side. Keep in mind, anytime you got to run up against somebody, you got to talk to an official or somebody, an employee here at the track. Make sure you've got a face covering on, a mask. Try to get through this whole pandemic together. Angelo goes trip 0 on the starting line. 8:89 with a 6. Only 4 thousandths under there on the left side. And here's Gary Gilman and Doug Dow. Doug Dow married to reigning stock eliminator champion Allison Dow. Out of the Porta Tree camp, here's Doug, 006 on the tree. Garrett, 029 up at the finish line, and Gary goes 894 with the 4, 178.49 miles per hour. Doug Dow 885.0 at 178. Fink equipment side, William Pitts. And Tom Hunter, York, Pennsylvania. Good light for Tom. 885 with a 4 for Tom Hunter on the right side. 888.3 for William Pitts. Plenty of Super Comp cars with us here this weekend for the event here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Dave Markle lining up the left side and Daniel Bisbano on the right. Perfect conditions for drag racing here today. 1991 chassis car there on the left side. Absolutely. And Daniel Bisbano. Orange dragster on the right side goes red by 19. And Dave Markle, 0-0-1 on the starting line. 886 with a 6, 168 miles per hour for Dave. Daniel, 885 with a 3. And here is Doug Marsters out of Hartford, Maine. A lot of good racers come out of Maine. No drag strips up there, but I should say there's no quarter-mile drag strips up there. Jerry Holcomb over there on the right side. Just got a flicker in that bulb in. Just stage it ever so carefully for Doug Marsters. 004 for Doug. 038 for Jerry. Jerry is going to get there first, and that's because he went 828 with a 6. 889 with a 4. I know a lot of the folks with us here this weekend for this NHRA event are die-hard NHRA fans, know the sport, but hey, there might be a few of you out there that haven't been here before, don't know what Super Comp is. We're most of the way through this time trial category. This is a practice run, in essence. NHRA basically sets the rules, says these are the kind of cars you can run. It's got to be this heavy. And you got to run 890. And what you see off the starting line, they hit a throttle stop, slow down just enough to try to work the math so that way they get to the finish line at 8.90 seconds. I mean, that's the theory. But then you throw in wind, and you throw in weather, and you throw in humidity, and you throw in sunshine and track temperature and all kinds of fun stuff. And you have to have a degree in meteorology to be able to figure out how to get a car to run 890, and that's the trick. A lot of electronics in these race cars. 009 for Ed Metcalf left side. 889.4. Pretty good run. 889 is not all that bad. And Joe Gallucci there on the right side matched it. 889 with a 3. A little more tardy on the starting line. Here's Jim Gagnon on the left side, weekly competitor here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, and Sean Frick, whose wife is about ready to get going here in round number 1 of Top Alcohol Dragster after Super Gas. Later on in the day today, of course, we'll have the funny cars. We'll run first among the Top Alcohol category, and then the dragsters will be hot on their heels right after that. We need Super Gas to the staging lanes. Super Gas to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, Super Gas. We need you to the lanes now, please. Jim Gagnon, left side. Sean Frick, right side. Double duty plus a Top Alcohol dragster for his wife, Jackie Frick, and the Fink Equipment team. And it's 884 for Jim, 889 with an 8 for Sean. Only 2 thou under that 890, and pretty darn close. Hey, I want to keep in mind, too, if you're out here at the racetrack and beautiful blue sky day here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, swing on over to division1photos.com. Get a couple of photos of your hot rod out in the quarter mile. Photos always look better when the sun is out. But they look pretty good at night, too. But blue sky helps. division1photos.com. Swing on by there. Check it out. Could even make a desktop background out of it if you want. See, Alan's up here and he's walking around. He's got his Mustang on his computer here, and he's bragging about his high school car. I like it. That's good. 010 for Chris Mattern. 895 with a 6. John Martin goes 898 with a 1. Here in Super Comp. One more pair here to wrap up Super Comp. Next time we see them, they'll be racing later on today, round 1. Jeff Kondratic and John Smith. Bumping them in. Oh, do you hear that sound? Gotta love that. Alcohol cars are coming. Get ready. We've got Super Stock, we've got Super Gas, and then eliminations. Round 1 for the alcohol cars coming up after that. Jeff Kondratic, 892 with an 8, left side. John Smith, 884 with a 4. And that will put a bow tie on Super Comp, and we'll turn it back over to Alan Reinhardt here for Super Stock.
Thank you, Joe. Nice job taking through that. I wonder how often John Smith says, "I'm John Smith," and somebody goes, "Yeah, sure you are. Yeah, right. Whatever." You know, when you get pulled over at 3 a.m., what's your name? John Smith. Come on. You can come up with something better than that. Final qualifying here as we get into our wild and wacky and wheel standing and really spectacular Super Stockers. If you don't like the Dodge Murata, then I'm sorry, but you're going to have to leave. When is the last time you saw a Dodge Murata? Not counting this one. I mean, there's only about 3 of them on the planet that are still around, right? Greg Sutherland over on the right side in the Chevy, too, and that thing is 5 kinds of spectacular as well. We are into final. How low can you go? Super Stock qualifying here as we turn them loose at this end. We go 1021 at that end, 128 miles an hour for Greg Sutherland. Greg Gay goes 1069. 1, 2, 3. 01 the speed. One more time. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Gas. Super Gas. Come on down, please. You are going to run your final time trial before alcohol. So Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Now it's Dean Mowry and John Cira. This is Dean over here in the Dodge Avenger. That is John over there in the Nova. The GTK Automatic. For Team Rock and Roll, their wheels up, and away they go. Scoreboard says 10:62 at 1:03 for Dean Maurer. He didn't have that thing floored all the way to the finish line. 10:46 at 1:25 for John Cira. In the grand scheme of qualifying, Scott Gove and that ridiculously fast Dodge is sitting in the number 1 spot. Do not have anybody 1 second under the index, and that's not exactly a stunner after yesterday's weather. Yesterday's weather was wet, wet, wet. And, well, to be fair, today's is not quite as wet, but it is still plenty of grains of water out there. Uh-oh. I have no internet. Wait. See if I can get back on the magical web. Jeff Thornton on the left side, Corey Menard on the right side. What do you think of Corey's car? That 1965 Boo with the 327. Holy smokes, is that thing beautiful. But like somebody famous once said, it's a drag race, not a car show. 1023, 128 miles an hour for Thornton. 1098 at $1.19 for Corey Menard. Okay, pick your favorite here. Go ahead. There is no wrong answer, okay? That's Steve Kamel on the left side. That is a 1968 Hemi Dart. The big old elephant. That's Rafi Karaguzian in the right side. And that is a mouse motor, 283, little bitty, itty bitty little small block in the Chevy Nova. We got an elephant, we got a mouse. We got a division champ who races Hemi cars. I'm sorry, that's just like all kinds of cool. I take that back. I'm not sorry, that's just all kinds of cool. 8.902 for the Hemi. 134 miles an hour, 11:15 at $1.16 for Karaguzian in the mouse. 2,466 feet. Oh, the water grains are going back up, 105 now. Here's Anthony Cento and John Canuta. Did you say top dragster too? All right. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Top. Whoa, whoa, easy, easy, easy. Man. That Mustang did the high-O silver routine, and when it stood up, hit the wheelie bar, it tried to hang a right in the air. I don't know about him, but it scared the heck out of me. 950 at $1.42. 969, 136 for Cento. Top dragster. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tommy Tape, top dragster. You will run before the alcohol cars. Your final qualifying will run behind Super Gas. So you guys are going to need to get them warmed up and ready to go. We're not ready for you yet, but you will run before Alcohol Dragster. Check this out. The Mustang, left side, Super Stock F. Cunningham, that is a 428 Cobra clutch car. First gear, second gear, third gear. Are you sure that's not an automatic? Man, that thing cruising down the boulevard. 957, 138 miles an hour for the Pony. 993, 118 for Herbie Null. Once again, Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. You will run in front of the alcohol cars. We're going to be calling you in behind Super Gas, so let's get them warmed up and ready to go, please. Remember, we have a solid curfew this afternoon. We have to be done before they run the circle cars later on tonight. And we got an opportunity here to get ahead of schedule, so we're going to take it. Once again, which one of those you like better? And there's no wrong answer. The 427 powered 67 Corvette or the 446 pack 1970 Challenger? There is no wrong answer here. 948, 138 miles an hour for the Chevy. The Dodge stops the timer at 953 and 136. That brings up Bruce Ward now on the left side in his small block J Automatic Camaro. Let's take the quintessential super stocker, right? A big tired 69 small block Camaro that does big wheel stands. And Brittany Bolts over in the right side. Brittany and a Firebird out of Lancaster. She cleaned the back window. I wonder what that means. Well, Brittany was definitely better on the reaction timer here in the final practice / qualifier / run down the racetrack before we start racing for real. 10:67, 122 for Bruce. Brittany goes 121 miles an hour and couples that with an ET of 10.81 seconds. And now it's Mark Lawton. The Lawton and White. That's like a law firm, right? Lawton and White. How may I direct your call? Mr. Lawton, please. I'm sorry, he's not in. Mr. White, please. I'm sorry, he's not in. Would you like to leave a message? Bill Marshall, over in the right side. GTG Automatics Apparel. What do you think the side bet is? Has to be a side bet. 2 cars, same category, having at it. Bill Marshall jumps early and lights that bottom bulb. 974, 134 the speed for Marshall. Lawton goes 997 at 132. And that'll bring up Pat Glade and Jeff Roll. Jeff has got a 10 model Mustang Cobra Jet with the 428 pushrod Windsor style small block. That thing's awesome. I got to get me one of them. Actually, to be technically correct, my Mustang does have a 428-inch Windsor-style small block in it, but I think his makes a couple more horsepower than mine. 950, 140 miles an hour for Jeff. 1001, 130 miles an hour for Pat. His probably doesn't drive as friendly on the street as mine does, though. And for the record, mine does not drive friendly on the street. But then, you know, I have a quiet, comfortable, nice driving street car, and I mean, come on, who needs 2 of those? I was going for loud, obnoxious, ridiculously overpowered, and barely able to keep it on the street, and, well, that's pretty much what I got. Shane Oaks, Bill Kennedy, Firebirds a pair, Gen 3 on the right side, Gen 4 on the left side. Super Gas. Attention in the pits.
Super Gas, final call. You should be in the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, final call.
10-12 for Shane Oaks, 10:42, 128 miles an hour for Kennedy. Final call, Super Gas. You should be in the staging lanes, please. Here comes Eddie Bloom driving the red car that says Eddie Bloom on the window. And here comes Jimmy Daniels driving the green and white car that says Brittany Bolts on the window. No, it's okay. It's okay if Jimmy drives that car, as long as Brittany says it's okay. She's the boss. He might not know that yet, but he will learn it. Nah, he's a bright guy. He knows that. He definitely knows it. The B modified Stalker, high wind and a little small block over here on the left side. Gets the stripe at 9.38 seconds at 143 miles an hour, 10:42, 126 for Jimmy Daniels. Are you ready for him? Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster. You can go ahead and start rolling this way when you are ready, and we need you to start filling the lanes behind Super Gas, please. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster. Presented by Select Performance. Come on down. Again, an opportunity to get ahead of schedule today, and we need to jump on it. That's a fun little side-by-side run to the stripe. 10:14, 131 miles an hour for Jacques Blaise. Bubka goes 10:29 at 127. And speaking of Jacques Blaise, just because his name is French, I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention, because I know there's a lot of our Canadian racers and friends that are watching on D1TV, and I want you guys to know that we miss you. The border being closed has stopped a lot of our Canadian racers from being able to come down and take part. And for those of you that are listening up north of the border, I just want to let you know that we do miss you. It's a whole lot more fun when you guys are all here. Speaking of fun, Brian Valentine's a lot more fun when his car moves. I mean, it's moving, but it's not really moving. You know what I mean? 959, 140 miles an hour for Joe. See, for Brian Valentine, now watch this. When you cross the finish line stripe at a speed that would not get you a ticket if you were out there on Highway 20, that's a problem. Okay, 65 might get you a ticket, but nah, probably not. Probably not. Dave says it will definitely do that in Nassau. Is Nassau like Lawton, Florida? That's the only thing they even existed for. Speed limit's 55 out here in front of the racetrack, right? Will you get a ticket for 65 out there? Well, then leave me alone. Dave Moan, will you please report to the circle track? Dave Moan, please report to the circle track in Talladega. I'll get him out of our hair for a while. Mark Lebrecht driving the truck. And Brian Warner, one of the Warner twins in their twin red wheel standing Camaros. .1004, 130 miles an hour for Lebrecht. 1025, 118 miles an hour for Warner. Want to say hey to Tim. I think he's probably following along on D1TV as his boys are here racing. I think, let's see, who has the most national event wins? Tim or the boys? I'd be close. I'm going to look that up later. Here comes Byron Warner, the other of the Warner twins, and Bob Letellier. Bob Letellier has a twin, too. Bob's twin is also named Bob and races in stock. Whee! The Generation 4 Camaro gets the better wheel stand than the Generation 5 Camaro. I mean, sorry, Bob, but it's true. Neither one of them has as good a wheel stand as the Bounding Beagle is going to have here momentarily. 995, 117 miles an hour for Warner. 973, 135 miles an hour for Letellier. And here comes Tom Boucher. That's a GTG automatic. It's a 454, but it's a 454 out of like an 84 Chevy truck. It is a low horsepower 454. Now watch Eric Merrifield. This pickup is going to do the biggest wheel stand you have ever seen a Dodge Dakota do, unless you have seen this Dodge Dakota before. If there's a Guinness Book of World Record for biggest wheel stand in a Dodge Dakota and that truck doesn't have it, show me the truck that does. I want to see it. And I still probably won't believe it. 984, 135 miles an hour for Boucher. 1061, 122 miles an hour for Merrifield. Tommy Tape Top Dragster. Attention in the pits. Tommy Tape Top Dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. We're ahead of schedule. We're going to keep it that way. Tommy Tape Top Dragster, come on down. Scott Gove in the left side. Herbie Sullivan in the right side. Well, let's see. Scott Gove's car normally runs in the 7s. Of course, normally when Scott Gove's car runs, we don't have water grains over 100, which we do right now. It's still better than yesterday. I said Scott was going to go in the 9s with his stocker. So, okay, I'm going to try reverse psychology. There is no way, no how, no chance that that red car goes into 7s. Never happened, not in 1,000,006 years. Herbie Sullivan over on the right side, that GTH automatic. 350 combination from an earlier model Chevrolet. I don't care about red lights. .997. My reverse psychology worked. It's brilliant, I tell you. I said he'd never do it in 1,000,000 years, but he did it in 7.99 seconds. Okay, I'm going to keep on with the reverse psychology. If you have a suitcase full of hundreds, do not bring it to me. Whatever you do, do not focus on my watch. That's Dwayne Icecant on the left side. That's Marty Reinhardt in the right side. No relation to me, by the way, because I'm a Ford guy and he's a Chevy guy. I really do like his Camaro, though. That's a pretty nice ride. 1021 off the throttle at 99 miles an hour for Marty. Dwayne goes 1081 at 121 miles an hour. I knew I could get Scott in the 7s. By the way, Scott was already the #1 qualifier. He is still the #1 qualifier because, as Larry Dixon once so aptly pointed out, well, I was already one and you can't be oneer. But he is now 1 second under the index. Now we got Joe Lisa and Joe Santangelo. These are a couple of wheel stand and Gen 4 cars. a GTJ car, GTK car. Let's see, GT Cadillac, that's like a 65 model 327, right? It's got a carburetor like a teeny tiny itty bitty little carburetor. The two Camaros side by side down to the stripe. 10209 at 129. So it's 10209 at 129.9. Man, you read that backwards, it'll give you a headache. 1020, 131 miles an hour for Joe Lisa. And there you have it. Scott Gove, number 1. Cunningham, 2. Herbie Null, 3. Mark LeBec's truck is 4. Jerry Hatch, 5. Kennedy, 6. Jeff Rowell, the Mustang, 7. And B. Warner is 8, and B. Warner is 9, and I can never tell which B. Warner is which. The Warner twins qualified right next to each other, the number 8 and 9 spot. And the third, almost Warner brother, Herbie Null, out-qualified both of them. We got Super Gas on a starting line. $9.85 on the left side, $1.32. $9.82 on the right side at $1.35. Pay no attention to those red lights. You didn't really see that. They switched into Super Gas so fast that it was like invisible. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, we need your lanes, please. Hey, Top Dragster, we really need you guys to come on down. We're going to follow Super Gas, and we are ahead of schedule. We need to stay ahead of schedule. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, to the lanes for final qualifying, please. We are rolling into Super Gas. We got Dennis Allen in the left side. We got Jason Kenny in the right side. We got Mike back on the microphone because he came up here yesterday, did a little Super Gas, and we're going to give him another swing at it today. How about a 002 dead 7? Dennis Allen throws up a 9-pack. That'll give everybody something to shoot at. Kenny goes 988, 166 miles an hour. And Mike, take over.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Unless you want to change your name to Matt.
Mike Matt, it's no different. They all start with an M. Right-hand lane, we're going to start off with Leonard Rito out of Bangor, Pennsylvania with his 63 Nova. In the left-hand lane, we're going to have Barry Roberto out of North Dartmouth, Mass with his 57 Chevy. We've got a 529 in the right lane against a 527 in the left. 037 in the right lane for Leonard. Ooh, just a little fast with a 989, but 993 for Barry in the left-hand lane. All right, left-hand lane here, we have Dominic Denault out of Somers, Connecticut with his 69 Camaro. Right-hand lane, we have Iggy Boiseco with his 2017 Corvette. Looks like he's got a U.S. National win, right-hand lane for Iggy. .007 for the right lane of Iggy. Ooh, turn it up on the back end for Iggy, but just a little bit quick for both of them. All right, looks like we got a 1927 Ford Roadster in the right hand. It's a cool looking car with a 408 Dodge motor, so that's a little bit of blasphemy for some people. Left hand lane, we have Jeff Fisher out of New Alexandria, Pennsylvania with his 92 Chevy Beretta. 019 reaction time for the Ford Roadster. With a 992 for Jeff Fisher in the left-hand lane and a 989 for Kevin in the right. Another Roadster coming up in the right-hand lane again. This time ran by William Monroe out of Gilsum, New Hampshire. Left-hand lane, we have Stephanie Ordstum out of Mahopac, New York, with a 79 Grand Am. Oh, well, I'm being told that it's Steve, not Stephanie, in there. 009 reaction time for the Roadster in the right lane. Come down with a nice 995. 10-1 for Steve, not Stephanie. All right, looks like we got a Chevy Vega in the right-hand lane, driven by Richard Anderson out of East Hampton, Connecticut, going up against Jerry Pierce out of Albany with his 97 Olds Cutlass. Jerry's got a 598. Both on the throttle stop. Back on, coming down the track. Ooh, and a 990 for Jerry in the left-hand lane at 158. Pulling up now, looks like we got a single going down with a 64 Ford Fairlane owned by Richard Burgeon out of Burlington, Connecticut with a 508, or 580, I'm sorry. Oh, no, he is going to get a competitor. Coming up left-hand lane, looks like we got a little Roadster. What do you think that is, Alan? That's definitely that's a Corvette. 58 Corvette right there. We were talking earlier about how if it's got flames, it's got to be fast. And I think he is. Looks quick. .93 in the left-hand lane for that Roadster. Rich just a little bit quick with a 979 at 136.3. Got Mike Monitz in the left-hand lane with a whole lot of decals on the side. R&D Manchester. Bunch of scary stickers. He's coming out of Fairhaven, Mass. 74 Vega. Guy Hansen, right-hand lane with a 77 Camaro, goes red by 002. Coming down the track with a 9.0 at 148. Mike Monitz gets down there at 165.77 with a 993. All right, we have Mike Sawyer out of Leominster, Mass, driving a 2018 Corvette with a 615. Looks like he's a 4-time Division I champion, coming up against Chuck Rothmel out of Kinderhook, New York, with his 2001 Pontiac Grand Am with a 565. Coming down, and Mike's going to take the win on this one with a 9.90 with a 3 at 173 miles per hour. Right-hand lane, we have, that's a sweet-looking Cuda, 1970, driven by Tim Quinton out of Fairfax, Vermont. It says he's got a 557, and he has 2 NHRA National Open winners. Left-hand lane, we're going to have Darren Wood out of Berkhamsted, Connecticut with his 67 Chevy 2. He's got a 632 under the hood of this one. Looks like Tim decided to stay on the line. 043 for Darren going down the track. And Darren's going to run out the back at a 10.0, 157.34. Still got Tim. Think he's going to come up, just do a single. Got a 990 on the back where they normally talk about the cubes of the motor. I wonder what that has to designate.
What's the class index?
Oh, that would, okay. I feel like a moron now. Makes total sense. Running down there with a 993 and a reaction time of 023, so single worked out for him. We got 2 really neat looking cars up on the line right now. We got Ian St. Pierre from Rochester, New Hampshire with the 57 Corvette going up against the 1940s Willys Coupe of Tom Goldman out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Tom is a 2019 Virginia Nationals champion with this Willys. .016 on the tree for Ian. And a 992 for Ian out the back at 155. Tom Goldman goes out at 157.11 and a 979. Far lane, we got Ted Leahy out of Jefferson, Mass. with the GM Performance Parts down the side of his 1991 Cutlass with a 565. Left-hand lane, we have Bill News out of Irwin, Pennsylvania, driving a 1993 Ford Mustang with a 435. Bill's the 2018 Dutch Classes Super Gas winner with 2 good reaction times. And Bill's going to take the win on this one. Oh, wow. 9.91 with a 7 versus 9.91 with an 8 for Ted. So 1/1000th difference between the two. Rolling now is T.C. Smith out of Houston, Pennsylvania in the right lane with a 67 Chevy 2, 587 cubes. In the left hand, we have Peter Maudry out of North Tonawanda, New York with a 93 Chevy Monza. 006 for T.C. Smith, right-hand lane going down there. Just a little bit quick for T.C., so the win's going to go over to Peter with a 992 at 148 miles an hour. Tell you what, I like the solid red of Justin Lope's car right here out of Lakeville, Massachusetts, his 63 Chevy Nova. Right-hand lane, we're going to have Doug Masters out of Canton, Maine, driving a Chevy Corvette with 540. Said he was the runner-up in Lebanon Valley. Must have been a past race. Justin Lope sporting a 632 Chevy. 005 red for Doug in the right-hand lane. Justin turning it on the big end. Pretty big mile per hour with a 987 for Justin with 171. Two roadsters coming up. We got Joseph Gallucci in the right-hand lane out of South Amboy, New Jersey, driving a 63 Corvette, going against the 68 Camaro of Dwayne LaFleur out of Clarence Center, New York. Dwayne says he has a 588 and he finished 6th in the D3 in 2018 and 5th in 2009. Jason Gallucci has a 587. So he's a self-employed bus operator. Hopefully his bus don't go this fast. Red light for Joseph off the line. And Dwayne's gonna run out the back door at 166 miles an hour at 9.96 seconds. All right, now we got Rick Holman of Allentown, Pennsylvania with his 67 Chevy Nova in the left-hand lane going against Brenda Hunter out of York, PA with a 63 Corvette. .008 reaction time for Rick Holman off the line. Ooh, real close to both. 989 for Rick in the left and a 987 for Brenda. All right, Ray Sawyer out of Acton, Mass. 02 Chevy Camaro with a 615 cubic inch motor. So he's a 7-time national event winner versus the right-hand lane of Rich Pierce out of Royersford, Pennsylvania with his 04 Corvette with a 565 Steve Schmidt motor. Says he's the 2019 Southern Nationals runner-up in Super Gas. So we got two decorated drivers up here on the track. Both leaving down to the throttle stops. Right hand's back on a little bit quicker. 008 reaction time for Rich Pierce. And Rich Pierce is going to take the win with a 9.93. All right, we got Peter Lucerino out of Malvern, Pennsylvania with his 68 Camaro with a 410. Left-hand lane, you're looking at Michael Hundress out of Brooklyn, New York, driving his 03 Chevy Cavalier. Two cars with some big old hood scoops out the back, laundry hanging out behind him. Michael's got a 615 cubic inch motor. Michael getting on about half track. He's gonna have some high mile per hour on the backside, I believe. Looking at, ooh, awesome run, a 9.90 with a 7 at 172. Peter gets out of there with a 9.94 at 145 miles an hour. Oh, got a sweet looking roadster pulling up in the right hand lane here. Charles Yannetti out of Alpine, New Jersey, driving his 1927 Ford Roadster. Got a 565 inch Chevy motor, and he's going up against Nicholas Velope out of Poughkeepsie, New York, with his 2000 Mustang with a 585. Both back on it. 060 reaction time for Nick. 014 for Charles. 991 for Nicholas and a 991 for Charles. These guys didn't even give me a chance to read their names. That was Keith Scanable out of Colchester, Vermont in the right-hand lane, and Stephen McLeod out of Enfield, Connecticut in the left. With an 984 for Keith and a 997 for Steve. All right, and that's going to round out the class. What do we bring up next, Al?
Tommy Tape Top Dragster.
Ooh, we're bringing up Tommy Tape Top Dragster now. I'm going to hand it back on over to Al.
Thank you, Mike. Top Dragster, if you're not in the pits, or if you're not in the staging lanes, you need to be. This is going to be final call. Tommy Tape Top Dragster, the staging lanes, going to do a quick little drag out there on the racetrack, and then we'll be ready to get into final qualifying. As I mentioned earlier, we are a little bit ahead of schedule this morning. That's a beautiful thing because we've got a hard curfew. We have to be finished tonight by the time the cars start going around in circles over there on the dirt track. So since we got an opportunity to be ahead of schedule, we're going to do it. And an absolutely beautiful day, a little bit of a warm one out here. I want to remind everybody you need to stay hydrated. It's going to be getting up there close to 90 today. Also want to remind everybody social distancing, stay with your group and keep a little distance between yourself and the other groups. Want to be able to keep racing and want to keep everybody healthy here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. It'll be just a moment or two, and our Tommy Tape Top Dragster final qualifying will be rolling around the corner. We are so happy to announce that Tommy Tape and Select Performance have returned to sponsor both the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman Series. Here again this year, the Tommy Tape Top Dragster Series presented by Select Performance and the Tommy Tape Top Sportsman Series presented by Select Performance for the popular fast bracket racers, both long wheelbase and short. They'll be contested in all of our Division 7, all 7 Division 1 races. See, I'm a Division 7 guy. I keep like getting those, you know, it's like a right and left thing. But they will be contested at all of the Division 1 races this year on Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Keep me around long enough, I'll get it. Information on Tommy Tape. Racing. Just bring it and dial it in. And then somebody said, well, okay, can we put blowers on them? And I said, yeah, if you want. How about nitrous? Sure. Turbochargers? Yeah, whatever you need. And because drag racers are drag racers, it wasn't long before we had to tell them, okay, guys, you cannot run in the 5s. You are not allowed to run in the 5s. That will be a tisk-tisk if you do. This is final qualifying, and this will set the field for how they're going to match up later on. And our Tommy Tape Top Dragster, if you want to be number 1, you got to outrun Al Kinney. I mean, it's not exactly breaking news. Al's pretty good at this, a former world champion in Super Comp, and he sits number 1 right now at a 6:23, which means the window is open. There is an opportunity. We're going to start things off with a cool car here. Paul Neal on the left side. Take a look at that thing. There's no power adder on Neal's car. Now, probably about 50-50 between the ones that do and the ones that don't. But that is an engine that was put together by Harold Martin. It's got electronic fuel injection on it, naturally aspirated, and nothing adding power other than just Harold Martin. Ned Mitchum's over on the right side. That thing's got a big old Pro Charger hanging off the side, as you can see right there. I still want to make the first guy that went, I got an idea. We'll put a scoop on it, and then we'll put a stovepipe on it, and then we'll hang a blower on the side, and then we'll go back into the bottom of the scoop. And then somebody went, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. How about Paul Neal, straight and true to the stripes, 667, 198 miles an hour, 693 at 196 for Ned Mitchum. In the top dragster category, crosstalk is activated. They're all leaving off the top bulb. Those of you that are sitting up here in the starting line area of the grandstands, watch the drivers closely. When that top amber comes on, you're going to be able to see their hand fly off the steering wheel. And from that point on, there's an electric counter in the car. And the reason for that is simple. Because with every handicap category, NHRA utilizes a full countdown tree, but you will be more consistent reacting to a flash than you will trying to go, okay, 1, 2, 3, go. And so everybody leaves off the top bulb since electronics are allowed in the category. That's just the way it is. But watch the drivers closely. Stephanie Diamond in the left side, Austin Loban in the right side. You got another naturally aspirated big block over here and another Pro Charge car over there. But watch the drive. Well, just watch the cockpit and watch their hands fly off the steering wheel. It's going to happen right about now. See it? 7 thou too soon was Austin. It's a good time to get that out of your system because next time that'll send you home. This time it really doesn't matter. 689, 195 the speed for Austin. Stephanie goes 761 at $174. This time the power adder of choice on the left side is a Pro Charger tucked down in front. The power adder of choice on the right side, that Team Rock and Roll car, is the big bottle sitting back there between the engine and the wing. A little oxygen from a bottle going into that monster motor, Rich Jameson. Now, this is Fast Freddie Perkins over here on the left side. Perkins had a problem with the door car last night. They had it up on jack stands when I was headed out and feverishly working. You know, I say feverishly. They were like, yeah, well, okay, we'll get to it. But Perkins should have enough horsepower to go to the number 1 spot. Let's see if he wants to. Watch the left side of the scoreboard, 643. He's definitely got that thing dialed back a little bit from what we've seen before. Only 188 miles an hour. Jameson goes 644 at 206. Now, here's the interesting thing. Perkins at the 8th mile was 177 miles an hour. At the finish line, he was 188. Okay? Picked up 11 miles an hour in the last 600 feet. That's weird. Jameson, just by comparison, 172 miles an hour at the 8th, 206 at the finish line. So, either Fred has got that thing kind of laying down up top, or he's been shutting it off early. Here comes the midnight sun. That used to be me. When I was a kid, I used to come home about midnight. Boy, my dad was pissed because he told me I was supposed to be home at 8:30. Oh, wait, that's had a U in it, not a no. My bad. Rebecca Miller over on the right side, out of that racing Miller family. How many cars did they bring this weekend? I think they got 5, right? Don't they? I mean, they got a fleet. Bob Vajito over here, he is part of the Tommy Tape Consortium. Trying to win a little of his own money. When it all comes together, down to the stripe they go. 665, 187 miles an hour. Man, those loud cars scare me. 7 flat, 191 miles an hour for Becky. Next time a loud car's coming up, you got to let me know, because I get scared when those loud ones come up. I mean, I don't mind, the naturally. I have the nitro. They don't scare me. Those blower cars, they scare me. Loud cars and spiders, state troopers. Let's see what else scares me. Hearing moan in my sleep. I thought you were in Talladega. Vic Puglia. Vic over here on the left side of the race course with that crankshaft-driven Pro Charger. And Brian Corey over in the right lane. I figured out what my next $1 million idea is. I'm going to do a YouTube video about all the different ways you can mount a Pro Charger. That ought to suck up some hits. Vic's way over by the center line. How about 6:08? 228 miles an hour. Corey goes 661, 199 miles an hour. Remember, the floor of the category is 610, and he went 608. Vic was taking a shot at the top spot and just missed. I said you're not allowed to go in the 5s. You go to the 5s, you get disqualified from the event. If you go 6-0 anything, that's considered a breakout and goes down towards the bottom. Deb G. Genova, left. Ron Klein, right. We got 1 red light. We got 1 green light. We got 2 at 00 reaction times. We got a 685 at 192 miles an hour. For Deb, we got a 712 at 186 miles an hour. For Ron, we still got Al Kenny sitting in the number 1 spot right now. And here's Al Stafari in the left side with the bottle rocket, and over in the right side is Marty Jones. And now Marty's got an interesting Pro Charger because he's got the Pro Charger hanging off the side, but instead of going with the scoop to charger to scoop plumbing, he just went, we'll let that thing find its own stinking air and blow it through this pipe from the back. It looks a little weird just because it's different. I knew that. Dave's helping me out. Anybody out there need Dave's help? Raise your hand. Yep, that's kind of what I figured. Ruh-roh. Womp, womp. Well, for Marty Jones, he's happy that this is just qualifying. Because he did not get down the racetrack. 684, 192 miles an hour for Al. And I believe, no, I thought Marty was broke, but no, he was just swinging over there so he could make the short turn. But he has not had a clean run down the racetrack yet. going to be blind dialing going into round one. Now it's Frank DiGenova. Genovese. That's what I said. And Nick Maloney. Dave, SpaceX called. They need you at the station. Wow, Frank got a little bit wacky here in the first 100 feet, and he's off the throttle. Straight to the stripe at 681, 195 is Nick Maloney. In that TT Motorsports car. Just now crossing the stripe is Frank Genovese. Just kind of idling along, 14 to 35 at 58 miles per hour. And now it is going to be Jim Dunn, and this is a rather unique car. And Nick Lediga in the slightly more conventional Tommy Tape top dragster over there on the right. Well, dragster means not full-bodied. So if you got an altered, you got a roadster, you got something like that, and you want to race out here, you're going to be a Tommy Tape top dragster. And if you got a blown 540-inch Chevrolet, well, all the more better. Nick over on the right side. Nick's had a couple of issues with this car. Had a leak on one lane on one run yesterday. Made one clean run yesterday. And Nick right now just looking for a little bit of consistency, because when we see these cars next, it'll be put up or pack up. Got a little double bulb thing going down on the starting line, but nobody seems to care, so if they don't care, what do I care? .657, 204 miles an hour for Dunn. A lot of guy goes 686 at 193 miles an hour. And look, we've got more. Ken LeBlanc. Ken on the left side. Working with a little spray, and Val DiGenova over on the right side. And that Dan Page built car. Matter of fact, technically, I guess they're both Dan Page built cars, but Dan, one of the big backers of DiGenova and Company. He's like one of the car builders to the stars, especially up here in this part of the world. It's like if you're up here, you go to Page. If you're down there, you go to Miller. If you're out by my place, you go to Yancey. 6.83, 193 miles an hour for Val. 6.90, 189 miles an hour for Ken. And we are just about to the end of our qualifying, I do believe. Here comes Kenny Moses, the transmission guru, with his big old bottle rocket, and Sean Forner, Team TSR, with his bottle rocket. Sean's car, by the way, just because I like to point out the things that are different, that's a Dodge. It's an Indy cylinder head, big wedge Dodge power plant. Both of these cars breathing out of the bottle. Moses in the left. Fournier in the right. What do you got for me, boys? Fournier with a better reaction time. You were supposed to warn me about those loud cars. Fournier with a better reaction time. Moses with the faster car, 657 at 203. Sean goes 6905 at 193. And here comes that really loud Al Kenny, who, oh, by the way, also happens to be the #1 qualifier. the former world champ with that Gary Stennett blower motor, providing the oomph. And Dave Petrovsky for the folks at Glick Fire Equipment. And he's spraying a little oxygen into that motor for the extra horsepower. Al Kenny will forever be remembered as the guy on the bump spot of the fastest top alcohol or fastest top dragster field ever so far, which happened at Indy last year when he was like 6:19, I think. It was crazy. It was nuts. It was ridiculous. What do you want? .623, 219 miles an hour for Kenny. Petrovsky with issues. He has not yet cleared the top end of the racetrack. This ought to be fun. Check out the blower motor over here on the left side of Michael Kalin. And check out the Tommy's Toys Motorsports nitrous breather of Nick Willard. Identical on the reaction timer. 6.40, 213 miles an hour left side for Kalin. Willard goes 691 at 193, and we got something laying down there at 662 feet in the left lane. Rolling in next is Rick Bell, who was runner-up last year in the division when all was over with, and Glenn Crane. And we're going to hold up here for just a second. You saw it looked like a blue rag down there. It came off of one of the cars. Ended up about 660 feet on the racetrack, and we don't want, A, that thing to potentially blow through a beam, and B, we darn sure don't want to get sucked into somebody's air scoop, because that would not be good. It would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Terrible. All right. One of our volunteer trackside observers got that taken care of down there. And we're ready to rock. As we fire him back up, Rick Bell and Glenn Crane. When we finish this session, we'll have the field set. Next time we see Tommy Tape Top Dragster, it'll be eliminations. Crane's car does not look to be running like it normally does. It goes 728, 184 miles an hour. 688 at a $191 for Rick Bell. Al Kenny still leading the way. Looks like we're going to finish off here with a couple of singles. And for those of you that might be wondering, the reason we're going to run these two as singles is because our top dragster, like our top sportsman, like our alcohol cars, are assigned lanes in qualifying. And if somebody decides to set out a session, or perhaps somebody had a mechanical issue and was unable to make it back for this session, that does not change the lane assignment. So that's why we're going to have a couple of right lane singles. These last two cars were both assigned the right lane, and we don't just flip-flop them. Once you're assigned a lane, that's the lane you're going in. When we get into eliminations, of course, lane choice will determine what lane the drivers are in. James Beckman trying to move from the number 4 spot, goes 6:39, 214 miles an hour. Good solid run, but it's not going to move him up from that number 4 spot. He stays very consistent within 100th of where he was in qualifying before, and I do believe this is the final car in category. Vince Mussolino. That thing is sweet. I mean, I like the graphics. They definitely spend some time shining on that chrome, don't they? The side-mounted Pro Charger. I think if you were going to try to, like, hustle a race and you're driving one of these things, you always make sure you pull up off to the left. And then you stand on the right side of the car and go, no, there's nothing special about this. Pretend the blower's hidden. That is bumping her in gently. And that is a 695 at 184 miles an hour. We will set the field. Congratulations, Al Kenny. Going to be the number 1 qualifier. We'll get into eliminations a little bit later on. We got alcohol cars back in the staging lanes. They're going to be up in just a few minutes for round number 1 of eliminations. I want to welcome everybody out here to Lebanon Valley Dragway. Absolutely beautiful day here today. Wayne ordered the weather. He just had it a day behind. This was supposed to be yesterday. Yesterday was cloudy, and then yesterday was rainy, and today is way more better. So, Wayne, congratulations on a good weather day.
Thank you,
I'm giving you credit. Be a couple of minutes, we'll be ready for the alcohol cars to get out on the racetrack. If wherever you are you can't see the track, you need to fix that. Fastest cars we got in competition are going to be up next. Just remember your social distancing. Please keep a little area between you, your group, and the next group of people. Funny cars roll around the corner. We'll be firing them up momentarily. Hey, race fans, would you do me a favor as we celebrate the 244th birthday of our country? Before we get into eliminations here, I'd like to ask you all if you would please rise. Chaplain Dale is going to deliver our invocation first.
Thank you, Alan. Before I pray, we want to observe a moment of silence for all those competitors and family of our community that we've lost in the recent past. Would you observe silence with me, please? God, we just thank you for the opportunity that we have today and under beautiful, sunshiny blue skies. Thank you for NHRA and Lebanon Valley and Lucas Oil and everybody that makes this possible for us to enjoy the sport that we love. And God, we thank you for the first responders, for the troops, for everybody that keeps us safe and makes America what it is. And we just pray for your blessing on America this day, on our birthday as a nation. We pray that you will guide us, protect us. Pray that you will put your hedge of protection around this place today and the remainder of the weekend. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Please remain standing. 244 years ago, our founding fathers decided they wanted to do it their way. And even though we're dealing with some trouble right now, this is still the best place in the world to live, and I'm very glad to be here. Let's all remember that while we play our national anthem before we fire the first race car. My sincerest of apologies. I had my script backwards. I thought we were going to play ours first and Canada second. I do want to tell all of our Canadian neighbors that could not be here to race with us this weekend that we miss you very much, and we look forward to the day when we can all be back on the track together. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our very own national anthem. And how perfectly appropriate is it that our first car down the racetrack is going to be a red, white, and blue Chevrolet. The Moduline Camaro, driven by Matt Gill, is going to kick us off here. We had 5 alcohol funny cars that came here to make an attempt. And when that's the case, the number 1 qualifier earns himself the bye run, and that was Matt Gill. Still got to be stinging a little bit from the disappointment of a runner-up finish up in Epping a couple of weeks ago, and the opener out here, the eastern region up here in this part of the world, because I don't think there's any question that Matt Gill had the best car on the property in Epping, got all the way to the final round, and, well, Bellemere, Boggs, and Bartone pulled one out of the hat and stole it from him. But they came here and absolutely no loss of momentum. A 5:53, the qualifying effort that put him in the top spot. He's got that number 11 on the side of the car, which makes him the Eastern Region champion, and they intend to keep that. So Matt, the driver, his dad, Paul, out in front. Paul's the guy that used to put on the fire suit and helmet, but handed the driving chores over to his son, couple of years back. They'll bring him up, stop him a few inches short, set the wheelie bar. About all he's racing for right now is lane choice. Technically, all you got to do is take the tree, and you could call it good. But that is not Paul Gill's style. It's not Matt Gill's style. They want to come out here, try to run low ET, and try to ensure that they will have lane choice for their semifinal matchup. So we kick things off with a red, white, and blue Chevrolet on a 4th of July here in the U.S. of A. Yeah, that thing like rattled and hiked the front end and made a move towards the left. And Matt Gill, knowing that he doesn't have anybody in the other lane and there's no reason to really leg it out, take a chance on maybe doing some damage, just eased her down there, 755 at 118 miles per hour. Car was aggressive early, but hey, when you are the #1 qualifier, you earn that bye run. That means you got an opportunity. If you want to come up, maybe do a little experimenting, and if something like that happens, not going to cost you anything. You're still going to get the round win, and you are going to advance. But our red, white, and blue Chevrolet on the 4th of July makes its way into the next round, 7.55 seconds, 118.81 miles an hour. Well, wouldn't that be aces and eights? And this is going to be Dan Pomponio and John Headley. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Competition Eliminator, need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, come on down. For your final qualifying session, comp to the lanes. This is a big-time matchup right here. And the reason is the simple math that I talked about before. With 5 cars in the field, the #1 qualifier gets the bye run. We just saw Matt take that. With 5 cars in the field, that means there's going to be 3 coming back for the semifinals, and it's going to be the winner of this matchup that goes straight into the final round. So either Dan Pomponio or John Headley is going to race for the trophy this afternoon, and that's what makes this round so important. The Thunder Machine, over on the right side, John Headley. Now, they usually come in, just take a nice, easy pass in qualifying, and I'm not telling you anything they wouldn't tell you. They're not out there trying to run 550 at 250 miles an hour. They're just going to make a nice run down the racetrack and hope Pomponio makes a mistake. Because if Dan Pomponio runs like he is capable of, John Headley cannot outrun him. But that doesn't mean John Headley can't win this race. You cannot let your opponent get away with something. If Pomponio were to have an issue like Matt Gill did and make a 7-second run, Headley needs to be there to take advantage. And if he does, he'll be in the final round. Pomponio, top 10 finisher, again last year in the national championship, former region champ. He is one of the serious players in this part of the country. And John Headley over on the right side, who is looking for the upset. Winner goes to the final. It's a whoa-go. Win one and get one free. Well, John Headley has problems almost immediately, and maybe it'll make him feel a little bit better that Pomponio ran a 571. 255 miles an hour. I don't think that's going to have Dan's guys doing backflips down on the starting line, but it is going to get him a win. It is going to get him a berth in the final. A 15-second elapsed time at 59 miles an hour. And you saw Headley from the time he hit the gas, it was kind of spitting and sputtering and blowing raw fuel out of the pipes down here. They ran better than that yesterday, but today was just not to be. So Pomponio at 571, 255 miles an hour will head his way into the final. And it looks like they're doing a quick little cleanup down there with the rags on the track, and it also looks like Fred Tigas is up here. And he's going to take a solo. Now, Brian Gallick was here yesterday, made a qualifying pass, put himself on the sheet, but apparently did enough damage to that car that they were not able to repair it and come back here for round number 1. But again, kind of like, I mentioned with the lane assignments, because he was here yesterday, because he did make a run yesterday, he's on the qualifying sheet, and so you don't just throw the ladder out and start all over again. And that means Fred Tigas is going to take a solo run here. He knows already that Matt Gill will be his opponent in the second round. And he also knows that Matt left the door open a little bit as far as lane choice goes. However, interesting to note, Gill with lane choice chose the Fink Equipment side of the racetrack. Pomponio with lane choice chose the Fink Equipment side of the racetrack. Tigas, who is running by himself, obviously can choose either lane he wants, and he's over there on the Firematic side of the racetrack. So apparently lane choice is not going to be a big determining factor here today. As we saw yesterday, we had good runs down both sides of Lebanon Valley Dragway. Competition Eliminator. Let's make the second call. Attention in the pits. Competition Eliminator. Come on down, please, for your final qualifying session. Still doing a little cleanup out there on the racetrack, and then we'll get back after it.
It's time for a new mattress. And who are your mattress go-to guys? PC Richard & Son, that's who. Our mattress experts will help you find the mattress of your dreams. All the best brands at the guaranteed lowest prices. When you want it, need it, just gotta have it, we'll get it there the next day. So sleep better with the right mattress from the right mattress company. Oh yeah, it's time for a new mattress. Get to PC Richard & Son, the company you can trust since 1909.
MicroStrategies and its drag racing team, Bon Giovanni Racing, knows what it takes to succeed, both on the track and in business.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets, utilizing technology to drive business, the same way we utilize technology to win races. We take a high volume and variety of data from multiple sources to help us succeed in our racing program. Whether we're finishing first in a big race or helping our clients grow their business, it's all about the teamwork and the analytics of winning.
With a dedication and passion to cross the finish line first, the MicroStrategy staff on the Bon Giovanni Racing team are constantly pushing forward, analyzing data to increase performance, and striving to be the best.
America's ability to feed our citizens is in jeopardy, and some of our most basic freedoms are being threatened. Extremists and lobbyists with their own agendas are trying to strip away the fabric of American liberties. Freedoms like fishing, hunting, and even owning a pet are targets of these extremists. Protect the Harvest can help safeguard our American way of life. It's time to wake up, educate ourselves, and protect our freedoms before they're taken away. You can learn more at protecttheharvest.com.
Ready to go. Want to welcome everybody who's following along on D1TV. Also want to say a very big thank you to MicroStrategies and Anthony Bongiovanni and his fine group for making it possible for D1TV to broadcast all of the Northeast Division events. We have got a lot of great companies up here that support the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series in this part of the world, and we appreciate each and every one of them. As soon as they tell us the track is perfect, we'll fire up that final funny car. All right, Fred. Your mission, whether you like it or not, if you want lane choice, is to run better than 755. That should be doing it. Now, Fred has been doing this a long, long time. And, well, you would have thought 755 was going to be pretty easily achievable, but you saw it just like that. Again, I don't think it's going to have a huge effect on what happens out there on the racetrack, as the Gill family seems to like the left side of the racetrack, and Tigas obviously likes the right, so they'll each have the lane they want when they come back up later on and run the semifinals. And the winner will get Dan Pomponio.
You can, everybody in the top of stage, if you're not social distancing, you don't have your mask on, please do so.
Hey, just a reminder, and this goes for the fans in the grandstands as well as everybody in the staging lanes, we do need to practice social distancing. If you are not wearing a mask, please keep some distance between you and the person or the group that you're not associated with. We got a whole bunch of folks like back here in the grandstand behind the tower and lined up in the shade down here that are about a foot apart, and we simply can't have that. We do not want to create any issues that might cause a problem with us completing this race. So racers and crewmen and fans, you're all going to help us out, please. If you want to be close together, put on a mask. If not, get some distance between yourselves. So Jackie Frick, this is your Epping winner in the alcohol dragster category. And like the alcohol funny cars, we had 5 that came and attempted. Jackie was the best. As a matter of fact, both of her runs were better than anybody else. So as the number 1 qualifier, she gets to take John Fink's car on a solo, and she is racing for lane choice. Well, that thing looked pretty smooth and aggressive off the starting line. Get out there, maybe just a little bit of spin, a couple of 100 feet out. Jackie goes 8:16 at 100 miles an hour, and it'll be wait and see time. But I do believe it's going to be a little bit of a fight in the alcohol dragster category in order to get out of here with the trophy. But you earn that free ride by your performance in qualifying, and that's why she could get away with an 8:16. It's definitely a different racetrack out here today with the sun beating down on it, the track temperature being up a little bit, and maybe that's throwing a little of a curveball at these cars that all raced under cloud cover yesterday. We've got Dwayne Shields and Rich McPhillips Jr. sitting back here at the fire up line as soon as we get the all clear from the other end of the racetrack. And the winner of this one has got a 2-for-1. Into the final. The Muscle Milk team for the driver who's based out in the Las Vegas area. Dwayne Shields, a former champion of the planet, and Rich McPhillips. Now, this is Junior driving his dad's car. That's the same car that was in the championship fight literally all the way till the last week of the season last year when TJ was behind the wheel. Well, he opted not to come back to the team, and Junior opted to strap in the cockpit, but that's two pretty good race cars out there. Now, interestingly enough, McPhillips yesterday did not make a great run down the racetrack, so that's a little bit of an unknown. As I said, with the sun on the track, it seems like it's been a bit of a struggle for everybody today, and I guarantee you McPhillips is hoping that that'll trip up Dwayne Shields just a bit here in round number 1. Winner goes to the final round, but you got to get there first. That's what it's supposed to look like. Wow, did you see Rich's car pick the nose up in the middle out there? 543, 269 miles an hour, and it wasn't enough. 539, 271 for Dwayne Shields. McPhillips makes a solid run, and again, if you're sitting in the grandstands down track, you saw that thing trying to pick the nose up out there about 400 feet. Rich stayed with it, but he's going to come up a little bit short to a spectacular 539 for Dwayne Shields. Those guys knew they could not take McPhillips lightly, and they come up here and made so far the run of the day in the alcohol categories, and that'll get them into the final round at 5.39 seconds. And our final pair, and these are both blown alcohol cars. In the alcohol dragster category, you're allowed to run with a supercharger and alcohol like the alcohol funny cars do, or you're allowed to run fuel injected, no boost, and you can put nitro in the tank, as the first 3 dragsters we've seen have. Well, we've got Mike Hepp and Tom Fox back here that are both blower cars. And the winner gets Jackie. You can see way down at the end of the racetrack, just getting them clear around the corner down there. And as soon as we get word that they are clear, we'll go ahead and fire up the next pair. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, come on down. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. We need you to the lanes, please. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman to the staging lanes. All right. I see one truck making a turn. I see a second truck making a turn, and I believe the signal is going to be headed this direction. It says, send me the next 2. Should be a fun matchup. Mike Hepp, who just upgraded his license, spent a lot of time driving really fast top dragsters, wanted to go really faster. And this is going to be his first official competition start in alcohol dragster, and he's going to have to deal with Tom Fox if he wants to come back and race again later on in the day. Tom, who had an interesting day yesterday, actually broke the car on a burnout in the first session and then came back in the second session. We had an early shutoff run, but the car was running very well as far as the early numbers, very aggressive off the starting line. But this ought to be a good one. A couple of blower cars. Winner gets to see if they can stop Jackie Frick. Yeah, it is a whole different world out there when you put a blower on top of one of these things. Here's a little something to think about. Blower cars versus injector cars. The blower car will be revved up higher on the starting line than the injected car will turn maximum RPM down the racetrack. True story. The injected cars operate on a very low RPM grunt. These things will be 10,000 plus RPMs at the gear changes, and they'll be well north of 6,000 when you drop the clutch on the starting line. Mike Hepp says he's a recovered alky. I mean, who am I to contradict Mike, but I'm not sure he's recovered just yet. Looks to me like he's still got it. And the Penn grade NGK car over on the right side of Tom Fox. Now, you may have noticed Mike Hepp, when he rolled through the water box, he rolled quite a ways forward, did not do the big smoky burnout, and I just have to wonder if, let's just put it like this. The clutch, as a normal rule, doesn't like that when you're trying to do a burnout and the tires bite. So I'm going to be watching a black car closely when it comes time to smash the throttle up here and see what it does the first few feet. Wow. Mike Hepp, even though he had to pedal it, gets it done at 577. You know how you can tell a top dragster driver that makes a step up? How about an 0:15 reaction time? In top dragster, you got to do that to be able to win races. Now, Fox, he must have been distracted on the starting line because he was way tardy, and he was never really in the race. He slows to an 871 at 94 miles an hour. But for Mike and the group down there, a first ever round win in the alcohol dragster, does it with an 0:15 light and pedaled his way to victory. So a 577 means that Mike Hepp is going to come back with lane choice and take on Jackie. That should be fun. So Comp Eliminator getting ready to roll around a corner here for their final qualifying session. Joe, you want comp? You want me to? Whatever you want to do is fine with me. You want it? I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Joe Koss and let him tell you about final qualifying here at Comp Eliminator.
All right. Well, thank you, Alan. Competition Eliminator back in the staging lanes, getting ready to go for their final qualifying round of the, morning by just a little bit. But while we got a minute, we'll take a look at the racetrack here real quick after that top alcohol dragster round number 1 of eliminations and check things out at the top end before we fire the pair of competition eliminator cars. And in the meantime, a great opportunity, if you have a minute, swing on down by the concession stand back behind the grandstand and see if you can get one of those chicken wings on special today. Grab some of those famous Howie Commander French fries and swing by the novelty booth, all kinds of things down there that you can check out while you're with us here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. It is a beautiful day for drag racing here at the quarter mile in New York. One of the most exciting classes, at least in my opinion, in NHRA competition eliminator. Will be next. Take a quick drive at the track here, and it's kind of what the afternoon still remains. Competition eliminator and top sportsmen still have their final qualifier to go. And after that, it's all business. From then on forward, eliminations. is basically how you figure it out. So you see all kinds of cool combinations. You see V8s, you see inline 4-cylinder, inline 6. Lots of different combinations of race cars you can see right here in Competition Eliminator. And unlike some of the other sportsman categories, they run off of a staggered start when they actually race. Right now they'll both leave at the same time, but first one to the finish line wins when we get into elimination. So this is a performance category Competition Eliminator. Here's Frank Aragona Jr. on the left side. One of the best, multi-time world champ in the altered. Right side, 2010 Cobalt. This is Peter D'Angolo, winner at our first event just a few weeks ago in Epping, New Hampshire. See the targets up there on the scoreboard? The idea is to go about 0.7 of a second faster than that number you see on the scoreboard. Here's Aragona, left side of the racetrack. 8:04 the index, goes 7:89.6, rolls out of it. Only 14 under. D'Agnolo, 9:08 at 110. Well, Frankie Aragona is still number 1. Schoenberger is number 2 here in qualifying. And Carnage Cial sitting 3rd. And we'll watch through this 15-car field of Competition Eliminator. New school versus old school. Frank Affronti out of Ontario, New York. Chevrolet Cobalt left side. You knew that already, though. 319 cubic inches. We talk about being different. Here's Stephen Camella over there on the right side. One of the best super stock racers, number 4 in the world in 2019, taking his try here at Competition Eliminator, a 68 Plymouth, 436 cubic inches of Mopar power under the car on the right side. You see the indexes up on the scoreboard. Trying to qualify based off that index. 895 the index for Camella, right side. 822 for Frank, left side. So Frankie be a little bit quicker here. And what we'll see out of Steve Camella. Tree comes down. Frankie goes red by 32, but this is just a qualifier, so that won't hurt him here. Eases out of it up at the top end, only goes, well, actually goes over. 16 over, 838, 126 out of the gas. Camella over as well, 921, and 114 miles per hour for Steve Camella. Here's Michelle Costa. This is what's so cool about Competition Eliminator. Just a lot of different race cars going head-to-head. A lot of different power plants. 206 cubic inch Mopar power for Michelle, left side. 2020 Bantam Roadster. Brand new race car for the new season, and Mark Hopkins. Manley on the side of that machine, 92 Beretta, 316 cubic inch Chevrolet over there on the right side. Michelle Costa qualified right now, 47 under in the 7th spot. Mark Hopkins, the number 4 qualifier, he is 55 under the index here. We get into the final round of qualifying for Competition Eliminator. Boy, Hopkins' car dancing. Coming up through the gears here, top end of the racetrack, carries it right out the back door, goes 777 with a 3. It's a good number for the casino. 52 under, not quite as good as the run he had here yesterday. Michelle goes 27 under. Both will stay where they were in the qualifying order. So it won't change anything there, but a pretty good run there in the heat for Mark Hopkins. And he stays number 4. That is Santo Volpe. That thing's just cool, isn't it? I think the wing makes it even better. 32 altered, former Division I champ, and a national event winner at the U.S. Nationals. Here's Ken Voigt, Bridgeport, Connecticut. And this car is a hot rod, Martino Power. And Tom Martino, the former Pro Stock NHRA racer, raced this car at National Event Competition 1 at Maple Grove. A couple years straight. So this car, very capable of winning. It's a national event winning car. Over there on the right side, Santo Volpe, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That 32 Alter, just a pretty wild combination. Watch this 7-second run. Volpe should put this altered well into the sixes here on this run. Full pull, top end, well, 728, 181 miles per hour. Well, that wasn't 200, believe me. And Ken Voigt, 873 with a 6, 153 miles per hour, goes 56 under, and that bumps him up in the qualifying order. He'll now go to 4th. Mark Hopkins now bumped down to 5. So a bit of movement here in this final run of the day before we go into eliminations later on today. Eight cylinders. And how about 196 cubic inches over here in the dragster? That's Christopher Piston, left side. Thomas Miller over there on the right side. Beautiful design on that Chevy Cobalt. 359 cubic inches for Miller. Miller currently slotted in the 9th spot, 43 under the index. Piston currently 14. He is only 4 under the index in the dragster. Hear that thing winding up through the gears, and Piston will be out of the gas by the time they hit the 330-foot cone right side of the racetrack. It's going to be a 739 for Tom Miller under the 790 index. So Miller going 50 under, and that improves him. He will bump up to the 7th spot. So Miller now 7th, Tom Miller. Good solid run there. One of the better runs we've seen here in this session. Well, I've seen a couple of the dragsters, 4-cylinder, 188 cubic inches here for Al Ackerman, longtime veteran of competition eliminator competition. Saddlebrook, New Jersey. And a 2007 Cavalier 261 cubic inch machine for Joe Carnicial. Carnicial, currently the number 3 qualifier, went 58 under yesterday. But has not fired in the water box. Window is down in the machine. They're going to roll Carnicial back out of the water box. It'll be Al Ackerman here to make a single. Ackerman currently in the 12th spot, was 25 under that index of 849 that you see up on the scoreboard. F dragster for Ackerman. Well, spun the tires there in the starting line. Who knew 4 cylinders could do that? Ackerman's going to roll it out there about 300 feet or so. And finally got it rolling again here. So the only good thing about that run was the 014 light for Ackerman, but spun the tires right at the hip. And possibly even broke the transmission in that. Attention in the pits. Attention all racers. The fuel depot will close at 1 o'clock, and that is inside of an hour from now. So I know you're all planning on going rounds. You're going to need fuel. Go back there and get it now. Fuel depot closing at 1 o'clock today, inside an hour from now. Make your way on down there just at the head of the staging lanes. Go ahead and grab some fuel and be ready to go for the next couple of days of racing here at Lebanon Valley. So, Ackerman got that car eased on down. And we are ready to continue on with competition eliminator qualifying. Don Eckel, one of the quicker machines in competition here on the Dragster. The C Dragster. Former Division I champion is Don Eckel from Piscataway, New Jersey. And here's Rich Schoenberger, your number 2 qualifier in the Firematic lane. So Schoenberger, 954 is the index for him. Don Eckel, 757 with a Dragster. Eckel's in at the 6th spot right now. He was 55 under. Schoenberger was 62 under. The number 1 spot, Frankie Aragona, only a little bit better. He was 65 under here yesterday. Aragona did not make a full pull today. He eased out of it about 1,000 foot, so we didn't see what he had here on race day. Oh, nice little wheel stand out of Schoenberger there on that left front, picking it up high, but he shuts it off past 300 feet. Eckel will go all the way down. It was 7:07 on a 7:57, and how about that reaction time? Perfect. For Don Eckel on the tree, 5 under. That'll bump him up just a touch, up to the 6th spot. So Schoenberger eased it on down there to a 12:01, only at 76 miles per hour. And then there was one. All right, here is Jay Schoenberger. '96 Olds Cutlass. Six-cylinder, 264 cubic inch Chevrolet for Jay Schoenberger. The Schoenberger slotted in the 9th spot, 46 under here yesterday. 871 the index. And our final car to qualify. Warren Johnson Pro Stocker. Still carrying the blue and white. The Schoenberger bumps it in. Hear him click it on through the gears all the way down. eases out of it just past the 1,000-foot cone and slows to an 873.8, 120 miles per hour for Jay Schoenberger in competition eliminator. All right, so Frankie Aragona Jr. is going to hang on to that number 1 qualifying spot. Set the ladder based off that and be ready to go for competition eliminator a little bit later on today. And I believe these are the last category of cars to qualify here today before we start going into eliminations. Figure out who's going to hoist the trophy at the end of the day tomorrow here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. This is Top Sportsman. Attention in the pits. We need the designated pairs in stock eliminator to the staging lanes, please. The designated pairs in stock eliminator to the staging lanes now, please. All designated pairs. Stock eliminator, we need you to the lanes now. Designated pairs in stock eliminator, Hoven and LaFleur, Perrone and Pappas, Allison Dahl and Rehm in Mole and Bubka. Those are the designated pairs in stock eliminator here for round 1. All right, here is Top Sportsman. Dora cars in a high-speed bracket race. Tom Lizier in a 55 Bel Air, and boy, that thing got a little wild there in the first 60 feet. Richie Garuda, regular here at Lebanon Valley. Lizier dancing with that center line up near the top end. Pulls the laundry 722 with a 489 miles per hour for Donald. Rich Garuda goes 786 with a 7 at 172. Alex Thompson here in the left side of the racetrack from Milford, New Jersey. 63 Corvette, 737 cubic inches. We're talking big. Thompson, a little squirt of nitrous there. Clear it out, get ready to go here. Gary Boneheart on the right side. Camaro 1970 vintage. 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. Here we go. .707 for Alex with a 1. Gary goes 737 for 188.13 miles per hour for Gary, right side. And we get ready for the next pair. Brian Conray. Seen a lot of Corvettes in category here in Top Sportsman, the 63 edition of the Corvette. Had some success here a couple of years ago, winning the NHRA Open at Atco back in 2018. Beautiful copper color on that Corvette here on the left side. And lined up after that smoky burnout. Doug Busa from South Glastonbury, Connecticut. Chevrolet Camaro bodied race car. It's always dangerous when you paint a race car green. Is there a suspicion about that? Like the dragster guys, right? Do you get in on the left side of the car or the right side of the car? Walk around it once, then get in? All these drag racers are all superstitious. They may tell you otherwise, but they are. Brian Conray, left side. Doug Busa, right side. Busa, 8th quick with 6:99 in that Corvette here yesterday. Let's see if Busa can do a little bit better. Nope. 7:07. Parachutes come out for Brian and Doug. 6:59 with a 9 for Doug Busa. And that is his best run of the weekend. So Busa will slide into the 7th spot here in qualifying. Everybody will run off the ladder here in Top Sportsman. Unlike what we saw a few minutes ago in Competition Eliminator, these drivers have a minimum ET they've got to run in the class. But they will run with the traditional dial-ins. You go ahead and put the dial-in on the window, stagger the start, breakout rules in effect. Here we go with Larry Willard, 57 Bel Air. He's won here at Lebanon Valley before in Super Street. Would love to be able to do it here in Top Sportsman. Wayne Hortman over there on the right side, 003 on the tree. And Wayne goes down there 7:10 with a 7. There on the right side, 7:42.5 for Larry Willard. Attention to the pits. Once again, we need the stock designated pairs to the staging lanes now, please. Stock, eliminator, designated pairs. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 1. That's Hoven and LaFleur, Perrone and Pappas, Dahl and Rame, and Mole and Bubka. Those are the designated pairs and stock eliminators, and we need you to the staging lanes now, please. I'm going to go out and take a quick look at the racetrack here before we continue on with Top Sportsman final qualifying round of the weekend. Keep in mind, 45 minutes from now, the fuel depot at the entrance of the staging lanes will be closing up. So make sure you go back there and get your fuel so you're ready to go for eliminations today and into the rest of the weekend. But they'll be wrapping up today at 1 o'clock. Go back there and get your race fuel to carry on through the rest of the weekend. I mean, if you want, you could even put it in your golf cart. Just, you know, a little more than pump gas, that's all. Keep in mind the concessions back behind the grandstands here at Lebanon Valley. Got some extra treats for you down there as well. Some other vendors that aren't typically here on a race weekend. And you can find them back there. They've got ice cream, souvenirs, all kinds of fun things. Go down there and see Steve at the ice cream shack. Tell him I sent you. And he'll charge you double. All right. Track is good to go. That means more smoky burnouts. Of course, if you like what you're seeing here today, multiple times a week here at Lebanon Valley Dragway, you can see competitive racing action, dragsters, foot brake racers. If you like the cars that you see in stock or super stock eliminator, a lot of cars similar to that and vintage that run here on a regular basis on Sunday as part of the championship points program here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. And here we go, Ronald Regal and John Amirati. Regal, the number 9 qualifier, 7:00 in the elapsed time meter yesterday. And here we go. Red light start for the vet and Amirati. Won't hurt him here. And Regal, 7:01 with a 1. Amirati, 6:68 with a 5. And that'll move him into the 3 spot. So Amirati able to bump his way into the top 3 here in qualifying, the final qualifying round, with that 63 Corvette. Regal, you got to look at the elapsed time he had here yesterday. 7 flat with a 1. And 7:01 for Regal here on that run. Got that thing dialed pretty good, pretty consistent. Even though the track looks a lot different today than it did here yesterday. Cliff Hager. Generally don't want to get that out of shape in a burnout box. He's from Canaan, Connecticut, about an hour or so south of here. Got the Pontiac Grand Am edition. They used to run that body in pro stock a handful of years ago. And Brian Bell on the left side. 68 Camaro, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet here on the left side. Red paint scheme. TNT Motorsports. Racing stripes on the back half. And they're ready. They're set. Here we go. $7.29 for Cliff Hager. 7:46 with a 3 for Brian Bell. So Bell will qualify no better than 22nd. And that was his best run of the weekend. Richard Carbone, Putnam Valley, New York driver, left side. In the Beretta. And Daniel Hill over there, the right side, 69 bodied Camaro, 738 cubic inches of Chevrolet and nitrous. On the right side. We need stock eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the staging lanes for round number 1. Stock eliminator to the lanes for round number 1. And you know, there's a lot of fans out here in northeastern part of the country that just love stock eliminator. Getting ready for round number 1 coming up here in a few minutes, so make your way up to the hill or make your way up to the grandstands. Maintain your social distancing. Get a chance to watch some stock eliminator cars in round number 1. Take to the racetrack here in just a little bit. So Daniel Hill was a 663 here yesterday in that Camaro, and he was good for the number 2 qualifier right there. 666, not faster than what he ran yesterday. He'll stay number 2. Number 1 spot currently at a 655. Rich Carbone goes 718 in his run. He improves. He's now 15th in his best run of the weekend. There's Daniel Christopher from Raymond, New Hampshire. Cobalt left side. Dave Miller on the right side, the S10 pickup truck. We'll see what Miller can do here. Best run of the weekend, a 687 with a 3 for the S10 pickup truck in Miller. And Christopher, 716 in the Cobalt. Both trying to go better than that. $689 with an 8 for Dave Miller. 618 with a 5 for Daniel Christopher. So Christopher a little bit off the pace from what he had yesterday. 716 yesterday. Miller 687, good for 4th. As we keep cruising on through here, the final qualifying round for top sportsmen. Richard LaChapelle and Hong Lee over on the right side. Tommy Tape, top sportsman, rolling on. LaChapelle in the Beretta. And Hong Lee in the Camaro. Both off the starting line, plenty clean. La Chapelle 758 with an 8. Lee 764.4. 180 miles per hour in the Camaro. Well, certainly great to have Tommy Tate at Select Performance, part of the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman Series once again for 2020. Tommy Tate Top Sportsman presented by Select Performance for the Door Slammers, and of course all these races run at the 7 Northeast Division Lucas Oil Drag Racing events here in 2020. This has quickly become a favored class for high-speed bracket racing. Another Corvette. Left side, this time it's Brandon Miller alongside Bill Janke. See that nitrous purge out of it? 750 cubic inch Chevrolet for Bill in the blue Camaro. Bill, your number 1 qualifier here this weekend, the fastest Top Sportsman car on the property. 6:55 with a 6 here yesterday. Brandon Miller back in the 24th spot, 7:55 in the Corvette. Janke out there, 6:55.5, so about a tenth off what he ran here yesterday, 193 miles per hour. And Brandon Miller, 7:55 with a 181.35 miles per hour for Miller. So Miller came in 24th. He will stay 24th. And here's Albert Staffieri, Tewksbury, Massachusetts driver in the S10 pickup truck. But it was always cool when they had the Pro Stock truck category. Just kind of cool racing trucks, you know, it's different. We've seen a lot of Corvettes out here, and they are beautiful. A lot of Camaros out here, and they're cool too. The pickup trucks, we certainly like those. And final call for Stock Eliminator. We need Stock Eliminator to the staging lanes. You are coming out next for round number 1. Stock Eliminator. If you're not there, you're going to be loading it up early. Come on back. Stock Eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Craig Monroe on the right side in the 1970 Plymouth Duster bodied machine. From Surrey, New Hampshire. Monroe, 18th qualifier on the right side. Staffieri, 25th qualifier here on the left side of the pickup truck. .733.6 for Craig Monroe, 182 miles per hour. Got there first. 002 on the tree for Staffieri, and he goes 7:55 with a 3. And we move on. Frank Volpe, Poughkeepsie, New York driver here left side. Ford Mustang bodied machine. Boy, that car is pretty, isn't it? Another one of the TT Motorsports machines for Nick Milani on the right side of the racetrack. Camaro. This is like as classic as it gets, right? Ford, left side. Chevrolet, right side. Go ahead, go ahead. Nudge the guy next to you. Frank Volpe left. Nick Maloney right. Nick's got like 40 cubic inches on him, though. We'll see if he can put it to work. Maybe. Maybe. Nope. Volpe, 698.4. Win for the Ford guys. 195.57. Nick Maloney, right side, 718 with the 2. 192 miles per hour for Nick, but 001 on the tree. Not too shabby there for Nick. And Nick will remain in that 16th spot. His best run of the weekend right there for Nick. Frank, he only missed it by 1 thou. So not too bad for Frank Volpe with that car. Ran 698.3 yesterday. Just ran 698.4 today. This is John Martin in the Fink equipment lane here, near lane. Flames emblazoned on the side of that machine. And Fred Perkins, 54 Bel Air. Just under 800 cubic inches for Perkins. Perkins currently the number 6 qualifier, 694, what he's trying to get better of. John Martin qualified a bit deeper in the field here. Off and running. Here we go. Let's see what Perkins can do. Right side of the racetrack, 691 for Perkins. And that's his best of the weekend. He goes up to 6th. John Martin, 725 with a 9, 189 miles per hour for John. And John will slot in here in the final qualifying round of the 18th spot. Cool. All right. That'll wrap things up here for Tommy Tape Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. And that means we're getting ready for round number 1 of eliminations here for Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, one of the exciting classes here in NHRA competition. You got to follow a lot of the engine blueprint rules that they laid out from the factory, but you can play around a little bit. And here to tell you all about Stock Eliminator, here is Alan Reinhardt.
Stalkers are way cool. What else do you need to know? Hey, quick reminders for stock, super stock, Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, and Sportsman. This is a left side racetrack. When you come around into the burnout box, please be sure that your dial is clearly visible on the left side of the car. If you got it on the back window, that don't help. Windshield, that don't help. Right side, that don't help either. We are looking directly at the left side of your car when you pull up. So please be sure that your dial is clearly visible on the left side of your car. Just doing a quick check of the track top end before we get into our eliminations here in stock. This ought to be fun because, well, the cars are way cool. Got a couple of interesting heads-up matchups here in round number 1 of stock as well. That's one of the other beauties of stock. Let's say you got a C stock automatic and me too. Should we race each other? We don't dial them in. There's no handicap. It's just flat out, come and get you some. Let's see who gets there first. And they're getting ready to roll out. Weather's a little bit better than yesterday, which means cars should be a little bit faster than yesterday. 80 degrees. Water grains are down. Density altitude, a little over 2,800 feet. When you consider that the real elevation of the racetrack is only 650 feet. But that's something everybody's got to compensate for. Jeff LaFair and Todd Hoven going to be the first pair out. Todd Hoven's got a big old bad old mean old Hemi under the hood of that car. Jeff LaFair's got a little 350, so the mouse against the elephant. You can see the handicap down there on the scoreboard. Now, interestingly enough, Todd is dialed at the index. As a general rule, that is a sign of weakness. That is, Jeff is dialed on the index. Todd is dialed in at a 10:02. So Jeff's going to get the head start, but I have a feeling that he's going to be in trouble here. Both drivers away on the green light. One thing about stock, you can dial the index, but you can't dial slower, and that's why I said that usually is a sign of weakness. Hoven goes 10:08 for the win, 116 miles an hour. 11:78 for Jeff LaFleur. So he was at least close to the index, but he couldn't run the number, and he goes down here in the first pair. Now it's Pat Mole. That silver Camaro. E automatic. John Bubka over on the right side. Now that is an E stick. And the difference between the E automatic and E stick in index is 500ths. In dial, almost 7/10, more than half a second. The E stick car, again, is dialed on the index at 1165. So that one's going to leave first. Looked like it spun the tires a little bit. Pat Mole in the Camaro trying to pull up alongside. He's pulled up now at 1,000 feet. He looked over now. He waved. He actually waved. Can you believe he waved? That's not very nice. 11:05 for the win at 114 miles an hour. 11:76 at 112 miles an hour for John. Neither driver was really spectacular on the tree, but Larry Pappas and James Perrone are up next. Perrone in the Blue Nova, Pappas in the two-tone, three-tone, okay, and maybe four with the pinstripes. Pontiac Firebird. These two both on the right side of the tree. They're charging down toward the racetrack. Reaction time advantage by a bunch. Went to Perrone. And he also got the win, 1140 on the 38, 76 on it, 78. Comes up for Larry, who was actually a little bit tardy and got there second. William Baker, Ron Infantino now. That's a D car on the left side. It's a G car on the right side. SS396 in the left lane. That Hugger Orange car has got the small block. They're in, they're set, and there's not a whole lot of handicap here between these two Camaros. They turn them loose. They charge down to the other end. They're both on the right side of the Christmas tree there. Now door handle to door handle. Closing in on the 13:20 mark. Winner picker says 11:26. On the 11:26. That's what we call right on the money. Honey for Infantino. A 14 on a 13. A pretty good job in the left lane, but he's a little bit late on the starting line, and that left the door open. Now it's up to Gary Parker and Bill Pomponi. Camaros, a pair. The 1969 model on the right side, H automatic. The I car over here, they're only dialed about 11/100ths of a second apart. So these two are going to be pretty close together all the way down the racetrack. Oh, no, unless that happens. A red light start for Gary Parker. He lights the bottom bulb when he jumped too early by 1/1000th of a second. 001 red. Ugh. That's like a kick in the gut. If he just waits another thou, the green light comes on, he's got a chance. Eddie Bednaz. That's a big block. That's a 4-speed. That is a really, really nice car. Mike Ganchi. That is a 305 powered, I-automatic, mid-model, third-generation Camaro. That's a really clean hot rod as well. Pretty big handicap here, almost 2 full Mississippis. Listen to how quickly Eddie Bednaz blasts his way through the gears on that. The big block's in high gear now. He's pulling up. Back bumper, door, front bumper. No, not going to get there. Dead on 4 for the win to a 53 on a 47. 008 on the tree was Bednaz, but he just flat couldn't get there. Ganchi snugged him up at the stripe and takes the win. Now it's Tim Barrett and John Shaw. Oh, and that's a red light start for Barrett. Barrett jumps too soon. The red light's on. The yellow car is gone, and John Shaw is going to go on. 009 is the margin here. 9,000ths of a second too soon. But once that red bulb comes on, your day is done. Couple of classic Chevrolets here. Billy Harper on the left side. The green machine, a Nova. Man, is that thing nice. And over on the right side is Tim Fletcher. He's driving a car that his dad actually drove to high school. It was reconstructed back to stock Eliminator specs a few years ago. They got ATI, Mickey Thompson helping out with the entire Fletcher clan. Dan's in Michigan this week, and Timbo is here trying to do a little double duty. Handicap head start goes to Fletcher. Harper is chasing him. Harper is trying to catch him. Harper is getting close. Harper is getting a win. A breakout for Fletcher. He dialed a 64. He ran 63.7. That's under by 3 thou. Margin at the stripe was 1,000th of a second. Harper had a better reaction time, snugged a thou at the stripe, and got the win. That is a really, really nice job, Billy. Really nice. Now it's Joe Greek in the truck. The V6 S10. Tom O'Laughlin. The SS 396. Oh, this one's over early. Via the red light. Joe Greek just flat jumped too soon. Red light left side. Win light right side. And for Tom O'Laughlin, it is a great feeling when you're driving down a racetrack and you see the arrow on the Firematic side pointing your way, going, you already won, you already won. He runs dead on too. He was going to be hard to handle no matter what. But he was gifted that one at the starting line. Carl Mossafra here on the left side. Stephen Smith in the right. The Drag Pack Dodge for Team Portatree, who's bringing us the timing system this weekend. And Carl, who's been driving that Camaro, seems like forever. The factory stock car spun the tire pretty good. Now that may come back to bite Steve. I mean, that thing was really cranking the tire at this end, and he still gets away with it at that end. 988, taking a stripe by a couple of 128 to speed, 1102 on the 1101. Carl Mossafrost sit on the bulb, and that cost him bad. Now it's Bob Vogel. And Chad Weber. Weber in the Corvette. Watch this thing stand up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He is off and running the Corvette now, trying to track down that Boo. Can he get there? Finish line stripe says, yeah. 11:03 for the win. Had the better bulb by about 1/10 of a second. Got the win at 111 miles an hour. Robert Vogel late on reaction time, and it cost him. Mike Farrell and Adam Stang. Which one of these cars do you like better? Farrell on the left side, the 340 Duster. Those are really cool cars, and they are fast. But Adam Stang, that is a 400-inch Pontiac Firebird with a clutch. You get a full point on the coulometer for having the extra pedal in the car. Because I like clutch cars. That's just all there is to it. They're not dialed very far apart. Adam's car cranked the tire a little bit, however, when he dropped his foot off of that third pedal. And down to the stripe, a combination of that and a good run by Mike Farrell is going to cost him. 0.27 on the bulb was Farrell. Easing back on the throttle was Farrell. Taking the win was Farrell. Adam was closer to the dial, but missed the bulb. Shane Oakes and Greg Gay. That's a 446 pack Super B against a 305 Chevy Camaro. And they are dialed a little bit closer than you might think. Just a little. They take him down to the stripe, and Shane Oakes, man, they're 1 thou apart on reaction time. Both drivers did an excellent job. And down at the other end, they were playing the game with the brake pedal, and Shane Oakes made the right choice. He got the stripe, he got the win. Now it's going to be Mighty Mouse against Mighty Fetch. You might not have heard him called Mighty Fetch before, but trust me on this. Anthony over on the right side, driving that P.C. Richard car. And Santoni driving that Mighty Mouse car. A little 283 is off and running. Okay, the 327 is off and running. The Camaro stands up, flies out, sets down. Closing in. Closing in. Closing the deal. 11:34 for the win. After an 0:13 reaction time. That got it done. Keith Sansoni was a couple of hun behind at this end, and you cannot give Anthony Fetch that kind of cushion. Now it's Greg Barsmanian and Scott Gove. Gove has got one of the really fast cars in category, especially for the classics. He's dialed in 10:05. They are both red Camaros, sort of. It's about all they have in common. Gove has really got his work cut out for him right now. He gave up the head start, and he gave up more than he wanted to because he was tardy. That's what I call a three-striker for Scott Gove. He was late on the line, strike one, crossed the finish line second, strike two, and broke out. Strike three. 8 thousandths the margin at the stripe. Woody Pagano on the left side. Brian Valentine on the right side. That is a B stock SS396. It actually came 30 over from the factory. The classic sneaky Chevrolet 402. And Valentine with the 305 over on the right side. Away they go. The little 305 out in front. I think I can. Here comes that nasty 396. Finish line. Click, bang, got him. Takes a stripe by a hundo and gets the win. 10:55 on the 10:53. 93 on an 80 for Valentine. He was a little bit late at this end. Dropped the nose at that end, and he is out of business here in round number one. Now it's Howie and Angelo. Howie Smith in the Boo. Who would have ever thought back in 1980, when you saw 1980 Malibu for the first time, did you think to yourself, man, there's going to be a lot of those made into race cars? I mean, a bunch. But they have become really popular. They fit right in the middle of the alphabet. The 305s, pretty easy to make some power with. Parts are plentiful. And the cars are, relatively speaking, fairly expensive to build. Angelo DeTaco in that fourth gen Silver Bird. Angelo's dialed in at 10:55. Howie's dialed in at 12:77. That's a 1.5 Mississippi head start. You can play along if you want, or just watch when the white car moves and start counting. Angelo's ready. Howie is now ready. 1 Mississippi and a half. Here comes the silver car. Long way down there's a 305. Angelo. He's making up ground, but Angelo, he is rapidly running out of real estate. Oh, and he got him at the stripe. Check it out. 10:55, 124 the speed. Howie Smith missed the bulb and then runs dead on 5 and loses to a dead on 2. Both drivers had the exact right prediction, but Howie missed the tree. Angelo didn't. Now we got the Malibu on one side. and we got the Nova on the other. These are two cars that basically built to fulfill the same need, right? Personal transportation, just a little two-door runaround. Well, this one is over. Oh, ouch. Ooh. Second time this round, we have had a 1 thou reaction time. Bob Conway drops the cherry by a thou. Joe DiMarzo hits the tree perfect, then runs 32 on a 30. He was going to be hard to guard no matter what happened. But man, 001 red is painful. Timothy Stickles, we apparently got to the Malibu portion of the program because here comes another one. The 305 powered Malibu Blues, and he's got George Vignona on the other side. That ain't no Malibu, and that ain't no 305. That is a 440 powered 1969 A-body Barracuda. Whoa, and that thing blew the tires off of it. George Vignona, he is right now praying for Timothy Stickles to break his rearview mirror. And it didn't happen. 1271 for the win at 82 miles an hour. And Vignona, a 002 reaction time, and then that thing basically did a second burnout. Man, he was toast. When he 192 at the 60-foot clock, no way he was going to be able to run the number. And all George could do is drive down there going, come on, Tim, screw it up. Come on, Tim, screw it up. Tim did not screw it up. This ought to be a fun matchup. Do you like 68 Shelby GT500s? I do. Do you like fourth generation Camaros? I do. I got to be honest, I like the Shelby better. I mean, no offense to Tim Partash. You got a really, really nice car, but Ryan's got a 1968 Shelby GT500. Oh, and Ryan's got the win light because the red light comes on for the Camaro here on the left side, and that turns on the arrow over on the Firematic side of the racetrack. Partash missed it by a bunch. He's 0.95 on the dark side and a 1043 on a 1043. That's what we call right on the money, honey, for Herensky. Gets the win, 92 on a 91 for Tim, but that red light ruined, ended, destroyed his day. Thank you. Come again. We're going to do a quick little bald spot touch-up down here on the starting line. We got rosin. We got brooms. The gold dust, it'll help the rubber stick as the small-tired cars. You see that a lot, too, if you follow along in the Pro Series. You see that in between Pro Stock cars because, believe it or not, a Pro Stock car hits the starting line with the tire harder than a Top Fuel car does. Well, they've got those things singing 6,500, 7,000 RPMs and drop the clutch, whereas a Top Fuel car operates with a centrifugal-style clutch, and for the instant, it just doesn't hit the tire quite as hard, and it'll have a tendency to peel the rubber off right there on the starting line. So every once in a while, with stock, you put down a little rosin, you put down a little spray, fix it up. If you ever get an opportunity to get to one of the national events, you'll see in between every pair of Pro Stock cars, they actually go out there and pound a little rosin down, and then the crewmen come in and wipe it in with their shoes. True story. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the Super Street pits. Super Street, you will run round one before alcohol. So be ready. We're going to be calling you to lanes here pretty quickly. Super Street, round number one, you're going to run behind stock and before alcohol. So we will be calling you to the lanes fairly quickly. I mentioned a couple of times today, and I'm going to just kind of keep pounding the point home. We have a very hard curfew tonight because we have to be finished before they start running over on the circle track. And so with an opportunity to be a little ahead of schedule, we'd like to stay that way. Super Street, I don't need you yet, but be prepared. We're going to be calling you here pretty quick. And we continue on in the Malibu portion of the program. Sean Conway, the Malibu wagon. Victor Ricky, the factory stock C Camaro. 427 Chevy, naturally aspirated, Ray Barton built, dialed in 955. This is going to be a 3 Mississippi Head Start Plus. You ready for this? The whole race is 9 seconds long for one guy, 3-second head start. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, plus. Oh, no, you didn't wait for the plus. The number is 25. The color is red. The winner is Sean Conway. As he is driving down the racetrack, he watched the arrows start pointing over there toward that Fink equipment side of the racetrack and knew he had it done. Predicted a 74, ran a 75, didn't need any of it when the red light came on. In the other lane, Jim Farrell in the white Camaro. Todd Bednaz in the red and white Camaro. The classic Chevrolet is Todd. He was top 10 in the division last year with that SS396. He's predicting 1074. Jim Farrell says, I'm going to need about 2 bulbs on the handicap head start. And he got about that much on the handicap head start. Coming down to the stripe, can the Classic get the nose out in front? Survey says no. 1170 on the 1169 dial. Reaction time was about a coin flip, but Bednaz was 3 above. Your winner was 1 above. Gary Walters and George LaBelle. George had a pretty good weekend up in Epping a couple weeks ago. He ran every available round, and the only time he lost was in the final. That's still not a bad day at the office. The Walters Racing Machine, that is Gary. That's a 67 Nova SS. Beautiful car. 69 Camaro convertible. Beautiful car for George LaBelle. I got to tell you, if I had LaBelle's car, I love the thing as a race car, but man, would that make a nice street car. Oh, but it makes a lousy red light car. Oh, awful. Terrible. After a final round last week, he's a first round runner-up this week, and he wasn't even close. 11:31 for the win, 114 miles an hour. And Gary Walters won that one before he even moved. I have often said that if the first number in your reaction time is a 1, the first letter on your time ticket will most likely be an L. Well, when your light's red and the first number in your reaction time is a 1, man, you just flat missed it. Now it's going to be Phil Langford in the Gold Rush. Late model performance, and Lenny Williams. That is a 455 powered Buick GS. The classic big old torque monster Buick against the late model 427 all aluminum LS computer controlled monster. I know it looks innocent, but trust me, it's a monster. They bumped their way in. Lenny Williams predicts 11:03. Phil Langford 9:42. 161 the handicap head start. There's the handicap. There's 161, and here comes Phil Langford. He is closing the gap in a hurry. Lenny Williams trying to hold on. Langford trying to close in. When light says Williams. 11:05 at 114, and he holds on. 48 on a 42. Better on the bulb was actually Langford, but that thing really looked kind of lazy on the leave, didn't it? I mean, that car doesn't normally like shock the tire and do big wheel stands, but it just looked a little lazy at this end of the racetrack. It was 6 slow at that end of the racetrack, and that was enough. Now it's Nick Ryder in his classic Dodge. 1971 Charger with the air grabber and the 440. And it's Jack Mattias. Jumpin' Jack Flash in the factory stock C. That's another 427 machine. We got a handicap here of 134. 2.5 bulbs the head start. And that big old Dodge will be rocking down there, and Jumpin' Jack Flash will try to catch him. Oh, and that's going to hurt even worse. Nick Ryder jumps too soon by 16 thou. And Jack Mattias just blew the tires off. Jack basically did a second burnout, but his wind light was already on. And now he's just taking a victory lap down there. Knows he's got the race won. Take a nice little easy cruise, wave, smile, take a selfie. Okay, maybe not a selfie. It's never a good idea to have your phone in your hand when you're driving a car, even if you're only going 49 miles an hour here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Street. Super Street, I need you now, please. Super Street for round number 1. Come on down. Super Street to the lanes. This ought to be fun. Mike Eprick in the 4-door Chevy Caprice. Jerry Hatch, the Plum Crazy 340 Dodge. 1071 to a 1288. A little over 1 second as a handicap. Like I said, a little over 2 seconds as a handicap. Now, Jerry Hatch, you got to remember when you pull up alongside, you got the back bumper, then you got the back door, then you got the front door, then you got the front fender, then you get the front bumper, and he is not going to get there. 053 on the bulb, that's not bad. 91 on an 88, that's 3 above. We got 5 above for Jerry Hatch, who was also late on the starting line, and that win is going to go to the taxi. Hey, big white Chevy 4-door. Taxi! Well, this ought to be fun. Joe Lisa left. Tim Gray right. Tim driving one of his dad's cars. Joe driving one of his cars. Classic Chevrolet's a pair. The Camaro is Lisa. The Nova is Gray. The handicap head start goes to Gray. And he took it. You saw him jump off the starting line. Joe Lisa trying to pull up alongside. Joe Lisa dropping a nose, getting a win. 1195. 116 miles an hour. 15 on a 14 for Tim Gray. Joe Lisa was 004 on a reaction timer, and that gave him the advantage at this end. It gave him the room at that end to turn on the win light. Now it is Matt Lisa and John Gray. Now this is interesting. Didn't John Gray's kid just run Matt's dad? Right? Huh. So, beat my kid, huh? Your dad beat my kid? Oh, man. Talk about a family feud. The Lisas could send the entire Gray family home. Or the dads, and John Gray spun the tires. And unless Matt Lisa really screws this up, and he didn't, 1128 for the win. John Gray just knocked the tire off when he hit the gas, and he had no chance. We've seen that a couple of times now today. That's one of the things when you got the high horsepower cars out here with the sun on the racetrack. It was a whole different ball game yesterday when it was cloudy. And the sun on the racetrack makes a whole big difference. Okay, this is the bounty run. Bob Letillier here in the left lane won the last event. That means he's got a price on his head. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. John Warheim over in the right side got an opportunity to collect the bounty here. And he doesn't have to win the whole race. All he's got to do is beat the winner of the last race. And away they go. Letillier trying to catch up. He's got his work cut out for him. He has got a lot of ground to make up, and he cannot do it. 12:15 on a 12:15. We call that dead on the dial for the win, and John Warheim picks up the Bounty Hunter Award in Stock Eliminator. And congratulations. The bounty put up by the folks at Oaks Landscape Services. And that's a nice, crisp little hundo to put in your pocket for a round one win light. So thanks to the Rough and Ready group. And John Warheim says thanks to the Rough and Ready group. Now it's Cade Campolito. And it's Dan Lynch. Another four-door Chevy Caprice. The last four-door Chevy Caprice we saw went on. Dan Lynch is going to try to make sure this one doesn't. And this one is going to take himself out of competition because he jumped too soon. Whoa. Ouch. Ooh. Oof. I don't mean to sound like a Batman cartoon, but man. Cade beat him to the red light. He was 019 early. Dan Lynch was 013 early. Dan wanted to go red. Cade didn't let him. So El Shaddai gets L win. Joe Santangelo on the left side, the B automatic. Barry Parker on the right side, the A automatic. This ought to be good. A couple of SS396s. The first generation car is Santangelo. It's a car that's owned by Anthony Bertozzi. And Barry Parker over on the right side, the SS396 1970 model. Handicap goes to the black car. And then let's see what you got. Oh, both of them with huge wheel stands. Santangelo off and running. Barry Parker trying to pull up. Barry Parker trying to pull up. Barry Parker, not gonna happen. Joe Santangelo, a 008 reaction time, takes 7/10,000ths at the finish line. He's 008, takes less than a thou. And Parker didn't have nothing for that. There's a whole lot of people wouldn't have much for that. Kind of reminds me of the Markaloo race last week, right? 003 taking 1/10,000. It's like, oh, that's cute. You can go home now. Santangelo doing a spectacular job for the win. That'll bring up the boiling point of Richard Boyle and Matt Takani. Matt over there in that 383. What they call it, the GTS, right? The GTS Barracuda. I know the Dart was a GTS. But we got the big block Cuda. We got the 73 Nova. We got a good side-by-side run down the racetrack. They dialed almost heads up. And the wind light's going to go over to the right side. Matt goes 35 after predicting a 30, 46 on a 38. Matt was better at both ends of the racetrack, and that is going to make him your winner. Hey, Super Street. Attention in the pits. Hey, Super Street. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Gene Monahan coming up next. Formula Firebird here on the left side. Bob Moran over there on the right side in his B stock automatic. What? Dave Moan, you were needed in Gainesville. Sooner or later, I'm going to find a place he wants to go. I could be wrong about that, but I hope not. Red light for the blue car. Wind light for Gene Monahan. 1209, 107 miles an hour for Gene. 45 on a 44 for Bob. That wasn't a problem. 092 red, that was the problem. All right, H automatic. You know what H stands for? Heads up. Jimmy Daniels, Chris Butcher. They are both H stock automatics. No handicap, no dial in, no nothing. Heads up, flat out, first one to the finish line. Now, Daniels in qualifying had the quicker car, but that doesn't always mean anything because oftentimes in qualifying, guys won't be showing their hand. And oftentimes when you get a heads up round number one, guys will try to sneak a nitrous bottle in the trunk. Just want to see if everybody was listening. No nitrous here. Just heads up, flat out, come and get you some. They both get away on the green side of the tree, but I'm just not sure Chris Butcher's got enough car. How about that? 11-14 gets it done. Qualified in the number 44 spot and then steps up, runs 1 second under the index, and takes down Jimmy Daniels heads up. Remember what I said about sometimes guys don't show their hand in qualifying? Wow. Oh, this ought to be fun. We have got a big block clutch car in the right side. We have got a small block clutch car in the left side. Now, the crazy horse, and I'm not telling tales out of school, I'm just telling you the way it is. The Mustang has really been spinning a tire here quite a bit. Like that. Broadbent has been getting plenty of bite. Like that. The 396, plug that baby in high gear and see if he can catch the horse. The pony, ba-da-dum, 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 bump, 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 bump. No way. No how. No chance. Broadbent is 008 with a clutch foot. He's 10.22 down the track. A 12.22 against a 12.28. Constantine was a little bit tardy and way under the number. And now it is Eric Merrifield. Eric, the number one qualifier. And there was an odd number of cars in category. So the Minuteman Missile earns the bye run. The Drag Pack Dodge. The Minuteman Missile with the new generation of Hemi Performance. Number one qualifier earns a freebie. It's another one of those really loud, scary cars. 1085, 125 miles an hour. Just a nice, easy run down the boulevard. And now it's Katie Sapanik. Katie was supposed to race Donnie Carroll. But no matter how much I squint, I do not see a Pontiac Firebird out there. And I'm good at squinting, even after my LASIK. So Katie goes 044 on the bulb. And 1119. Make that 1150 on the track. 111.99 miles per hour. That is Mark Callahan. He was supposed to run Jim Vignona, but apparently the Dart not here for round number one. Again, it's because these cars qualify, you earn a spot on the ladder, and you have a designated matchup. If your opponent can't make it, you get a freebie. .1093, 119 miles an hour for Mark. And one more solo. Apparently nobody wanted to play with the bad girl. Allison Dahl, the reigning champ. The big number one. I said, anybody that knows Allison Dahl, right? You know Allison. You got to find it funny that the license plate on the back of her car says bad girl. She's like so sweet and so friendly, and until she puts her helmet on, then she turns into a monster. Her 5-race division claim last year was a win, a win, a win, a win, and a win. I'm telling you, she's mean when she puts a helmet on. Mean. 1046, 126. And for Steve Rem, it's a shame that he couldn't be here to at least challenge. But the champ goes on into the next round. Okay, that's going to take care of Stock Eliminator. Got the tractor out there doing a quick zip zap. We should have Super Street back in the staging lanes. And following that is going to be the semifinals of our Alcohol Funny Car Alcohol Dragster, which will run to conclusion today. Super Street will be up in just a moment after we do this little quickie touch-up. I want to welcome everybody out here to Lebanon Valley Dragway. Great having you with us, and just want to remind everybody, I know that we keep saying it, but we keep saying it because we don't want anybody from the health department to come out here and yell at us. Remember your social distancing. Keep some space between your group and everybody else's group. We want everybody to go home happy and healthy this weekend. And, of course, if you are going to be closer than you really ought to be, put your mask on. That's the reason that race control is closed. If you have any business with us up here in the tower, just use your cell phone and we'll get it taken care of that way. We're just trying to, A, keep everybody from the health department happy, and B, keep everybody healthy, which is even more important. We don't want anybody to come out here trying to enjoy a day or a weekend at the drags and go home not feeling well.
MicroStrategies and its drag racing team, Von Giovanni Racing, knows what it takes to succeed, both on the track and in business.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets, utilizing technology to drive business, the same way we utilize technology to win races. We take a high volume and variety of data from multiple sources to help us succeed in our racing program. Whether we're finishing first in a big race or helping our clients grow their business, it's all about the teamwork and the analytics of winning.
With a dedication and passion to cross the finish line first, the MicroStrategy staff on the Bon Giovanni racing team are constantly pushing forward, analyzing data to increase performance, and striving to be the best. MicroStrategy.
America's food supply, our heritage, and many of our freedoms are under attack by animal rights extremists who are waging war against America's farmers, sportsmen, and animal owners. The food we eat, sport hunting, fishing, and even owning a pet are all at risk. Protect the Harvest exists to defend our way of life, to preserve our food supply, and to stand up for our individual rights. Now is the time to educate yourself. Learn more at protecttheharvest.com.
It's Super Street, and we are racing. So here's the way it works. There's an arrow on each side of the scoreboard. If the arrow points your way, yay, you get to come back and race tomorrow. If the arrow does not point your way, you have to pack up and be off the property in the next 18 minutes. Okay, that might not be exactly true, but you don't get to play anymore. We got Ben Haight in the left side. We got Gene Nichols in the right side. We got Ford versus Chevy. We got 10.90. No more handicap head starts. No more full countdown tree. Pro start. Click, bang, throttle stops in effect. Get a green light. Run 10.90 and slam the door on your opponent's fingers. That's the plan. Well, the get a green light part worked. Now let's see what happens down at the other end. It's the old classic, B-double-O, take double-O. Well, nobody was double-O, but both drivers were pretty darn good. That's a nice job. 017, 1091. That is a 32 thousandths overall margin of error for Gene Nichols. Ben Haight had an 034 reaction time. He had no chance of winning that race. Mathematically locked out with an 034 reaction time. Now it's Dave Markle. He's over here on the left side driving that beautiful little Chevy 2. And Russ O'Dell over there on the right side. That's a cool car. The Northeast Timing Organization is the NETO on the side of it. I just think that car is NETO because you don't see a whole lot of those 65 Olds 442s, and you see even less of them in competition. And that's the last time you're going to see that one this weekend because the red light's on. The 442 is gone. Oh, eek. Red light by 0-0-1. 1092 for the win, 133 miles an hour for Dave Markle. But a 0-0-1 red light. Now it's Sam Caprese Jr. That thing's sweet. The Dodge Daytona got a small block. And Pete Neal on the right side in that classic Corvette. And that's not one of those Corvette Roadster. That's not one of those carbon fiber. That's a real, honest-to-goodness Corvette. That thing would have rolled off the assembly line in St. Louis about 60-some years ago. And it is out here right now, rocking its way down the Lebanon Valley quarter mile. Down to the finish line stripe. Corvette gets there, but he gets way too much. 1085, no way. Sam makes it happen. 1101 at 130 miles an hour. If you're out in front, you want to be out in front by 6 inches, and man, that was out in front by a long ways. That'll bring up Tim Fletcher on the left side. George McGugan in the right side. The Duster sticking the nose out there. Now that's a Stroker small block planted Fletcher's Nova. Fletcher rolling. Yes, just like that. 1096, 118 miles an hour. 2:11:05 at 100 miles an hour. Fletch 006 on reaction time, and then went down there and hung the nose on him, and Fletcher gets the win. Denny Boyle driving the Duster. And that thing I said the other day, I said, I really like that car, but it either needs to chrome the back wheels or red the front wheels. That is Keith Mayers in the Porsche. That is Keith Mayers who's got a bounty on his head. That is Keith Mayers who had a huge starting line advantage. When 1105 gets there in front of a 1096, you don't exactly need a PhD in SST to know who had the better RT, right? You cannot have a reaction time that starts with a 2 when you're racing him. Here comes Mike Falcone. I'm still wondering if this guy's going to leave here with both of his shoes today. The Mission Impossible car, his crew guy over there, every time he walks out on the starting line, like walks out of his shoes. Now, it looked like the Challenger may have died and then restarted, and then, I don't know, we'll find out here in just a second. Michael Fitz over on the right side. American Partitions. Oh, ouch. Yeah. $11 flat for the win, 107 miles an hour. Falcone was really good in time runs, but he calls the car Mission Impossible, and when your reaction time is 282, yeah, you've made the impossible even tougher. Is it possible to make the impossible even tougher? I'll have to Google that. Steve Nowakowski in the classic Ford. Kelly Kondratic, part of that JKR, part of that Lucas Oil team. If you don't have your Lucas contingency stuff yet, you need to get it. This one's going to come down to being a double breakout, 1088 and a 1089. Both drivers under the index. Whoever's closer gets the win. In this case, it's going to be Steve. 14th thou apart at the stripe. Steve had a slightly better reaction time, and he comes out on the right side of the mouth by that much. Now it's Peter Maduri in the left side. Thomas Amorosi in the right side. The Yenko SS Nova. That's a really nice looking car. The Dynabride. Chevy Malibu. $10.93 taking care of business here, 126 miles an hour, and that one's going to go Tom's way. He was not better on reaction timer, but Maduri gets down there, runs 11:01, and that just left a whole lot of room. What are the odds that the two trucks get together? I guess in Super Street, pretty good, because we got a lot of trucks in Super Street. That's Eric Corey on the left side. That's Pete Diamond in the right side. We got a little Chevy pickup on Chevy pickup violence taking place down here right now. It's always fun to watch in Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas. Just watch them very close on the starting line and see if you can tell which one jumps first. As a general rule, it's got to be 100.5 or 200 to be able to see it. Also, as a general rule, if the best you can muster is an 11:29, you are not going to win. Eric Corey goes 11:20 for the win, and the reason he did that is because Diamond ran 11:29 and Corey just backed into him. If your opponent's nowhere near the number, you need to just back up, save yourself, be on the right side of the index, and that's what you saw happen right there. Gary Federico in the left side, the blacked out third gen Nova. Jonathan Leahay in the left side in the wildly colored flashy second generation Nova. Both of them on the throttle stop a long time. Both of them turn loose now. And they are charging down toward the stripe. An 0.27 reaction time and a 10.94 is going to get the win for John. Federico was 0.08. Unfortunately for Gary, he was also 10.97. And Jonathan wheeled him out down there at the finish line to take the win. True margin at the finish line stripe, a very James Bond-like 007. That is Carly Wolf on the left side. That is Barb Markaloo on the right side. Now, Barbara's car is really fast. And yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, everybody's only allowed to go 1090. I know, but she goes way back, and then she'll go 150 plus miles an hour. Carly Wolf will have a large head start at about the 300-foot mark. Watch this. Watch this. That is a pretty substantial lead, wouldn't you say? But here comes Markaloo. Watch that big mile-an-hour Chevrolet click bang just like that. 1093 at 149 miles an hour to a 1094 at 125. Reaction advantage went to Barbara as well, and she just flat ran Carly down at the finish line. Now it's Larry the Pulverizer, and it's Brian the Sawyer. Brian Sawyer is the reigning champ in this part of the world. Sawyer was a finalist a week ago. And he wants nothing more than to find a little revenge on Keith Mayers at some point during the course of the weekend. Well, in order to do that, you got to win the first round first, and he gets that one easy, 1092. As the Pulverizer runs 1071, I guarantee you Mike Sawyer was sitting in his car going, where is he going? Because when you are pretty happy with your car, and you're down there at 1,100 feet, and the other guy's 18 car lengths out in front of you, you're going, have at it. Take the stripe. Take all you want. No problem. Darren Wood. Pat Doherty. Wood. The Formula Firebird. Doherty. The super stock-looking Pontiac Grand Prix. We got green lights, a pair. We have almost identical green lights. Well, we got a 1092 for the win for Darren. We got an 1160 for Pat. And for Darren, let me tell you, that is trusting your dial. 1092, when you are that far out in front, you're 150 feet out in front. It's like, ease back a little bit, stay safe. But he trusted his numbers, and he comes up with the win. Ethan Sutherland left, Hong Lee right. I still like the fact that Hong Lee has got two race cars. I know what you're thinking. A lot of people have two race cars. But he has a top sportsman car, one of the fastest classes, and a super street car, one of the slowest classes. He goes 11:03 for the win because you could see that one. If you were watching him on a starting line, you could see that Hong Lee jumped a solid 0.2 of a second out in front. And 0.2 in a race like this, almost always going to make the difference. Now it's a little Nova on Nova action. Which scoop do you like better? Do you like the old school square snorkel like Bill Krug has? Or do you like the later model, more swoopy aerodynamic scoop like Jason Mazzotta has? There's no wrong answer. I just kind of... I like the snorkels. When I was a kid, I had a snorkel scoop on actually a couple of cars that I own. But I really like the old school square snorkel, and maybe it's just because I'm old. Maybe if I started liking new things. The Novas look like they are glued together all the way down to the stripe. They are 5 thou apart at this end. They are about a 10th apart at that end. 11:01 is going to get the win for Jason. Bill Krug is back of the dial quite a bit. Both drivers did a very nice job on the starting line. But Krug couldn't run the number. Now it's Jeff McMillan in that sweet 66. Make that 65. Mustang Fastback. And that is Taylor Iacono. Taylor driving for Josh Hart and the Bernese folks. Have I mentioned lately that it's a right place at the right time kind of sport man. Taylor's going to get the win. She was 0-10 and got crushed like a grape. Jeff McMillan was 001 on the reaction timer, but he got himself a train length down at the stripe. And Taylor, 0-10, 92, winner. Neil Vaccaro over here on the left side in the classic Cutlass. Firebird over in the right side, way out in front. We got a fast car, we got a slow car, we got a wind light coming on, and it's going to come on over here for Neil. Both of them go under. The Firebird goes 1077, that's under by a ton. Neil goes 1089, that's under by a little bitty smidge. And in this case, a little bitty smidge is better than a ton. In this case. Ray Butler in the Boo. Jay Neville in the Camaro. 1090s for both. This is round number 1. We are racing for real after a couple of days of practice and time trials. Down to the stripe after identical reaction times. Dead 5 beats 1 above. Margin of victory, 7 thousandths of a second. Both drivers had 015 lights. 10.905 beats a 10.12 by exactly that. 007. And your winner is Butler, Ray Butler. Oh, how's this for old school, new school? Bill Arpine in the latest generation, last ever GTO, and Don Garbinski in the 1971 Dodge Challenger with a vinyl top. Reaction time separated by 3. At the finish line, the margin .0002. Wow. Wow. 1090 beats 1091, and Garbinski wins it. On the reaction time, 3 thou advantage to Arpine. On the racetrack, 4 thou advantage to Garbinski. The true margin at the stripe, 2 10,000ths of a second. Zach Byron and Doug Busa. Zach's in the truck. Doug, then by process of elimination, is probably not in the truck. 1096 to a 1095. Call that a little baby hole shot by about a 100th of a second. 018 on the tree for Zach Byron, and he gets the win. Dave Bergefelt in a green machine, Mike Thomas in the blue one, and Mike Thomas is not going to get there. The Mustang went silent very early on in that run, 11:23, 114 miles an hour for Dave, who's looking over his shoulder going, he ain't coming. Just wait and make sure we get an all clear at the top end of the racetrack, and that'll bring up Lou Avallo. Lou has mixed emotions. It's like the old story about when your mother-in-law drives off the cliff in your new Corvette. And Bob Loans. Loans over in the right side in that Hugger orange Chevy Nova. They are clean, they are green, they are down, they are away. And down to the winner, it's going to be Loans. Loans goes 000 perfect on a reaction timer and 1093 on the racetrack. At 1091, not good enough, and there's no mixed emotions about that. He's just going to hate it. That's all there is to it. He's just going to hate it. That's Frank Abad. And that's Steve McCamick. McCamick in the classic round shoebox Chevrolet. Frank Abad. Boogieing his way on down there in the left side. Wind light's going to come on for the classic 92 to a 91, and that's another hole shot. McCamick was holding 200. Ran a Hun slower. Got there first by a Hun. It's about as simple as that. Clint Waters and Drew Wonderly now. Yellow Camaros. I'll take yellow Camaros for $500, Alex. And the answer is, do you like your Generation 2 1970 model? Or do you like your Generation 3 1986 model? I just want the winner. Clint Waters is way out in front, but now watch him back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Just like that, 1091. Look at the speed, 99 miles an hour. As he goes down there, drops the nose and snugs up Drew. In reaction time, they were 3 thou apart, and a 1091 at 99 miles an hour gets the win over a 1093 at 130. Sean Frick, Frank Volpe. This ought to be fun. Sean in the left lane, Frank in the right lane. These are a couple of big-time players when you're dealing in this part of the world. Both of them are used to being around late on Sunday. One of them is going to go home early on Saturday, down to the stripe, and how about that? 0.37 for Frank, wins it on a hole shot. 96 gets there in front of a 94. Man, Sean Frick picked a really bad time to make his worst run of the weekend. He had a good run last weekend, but he goes out here late on the light and way behind at the finish line. Jose Sanchez now, that'd be the budget racing team. Jason Lawrence, the hard work racing team. I don't know about you, but if my choices are those two, I'd rather be on the budget than work hard. Actually, I'd rather have an unlimited budget and not have to work at all. But, you know, they only got so many of those jobs, and Wayne already sucked up the one around here, so. That might be the first time Wayne smiled all day. Jose Sanchez had a reaction time that started with a 1, and he's going to have a time ticket that starts with an L. When an 11 flat gets there in front of a 1092, you know what happened on a starting line. Sanchez is just going to like to erase that from his complete memory banks. Bring up Rick Metalli. Is that car nice or what? That thing's even a license plate on it. I don't know if it's got a current tag on it or not. But, man, that thing is nice. I mean, you know, if you like really beautiful, shiny, tubbed and tucked and slammed down 67 Camaro, if you like that, it's nice. If you don't like that, well, you know, I mean, just another blue car. Solo run, 1086. A 007 reaction time. And Rick will be ready to rock in round number 2 when that takes place tomorrow. Okay, next thing on the schedule is the alcohol cars. We're going to go out there. We'll do a little bit of drag. We're going to do a little track prep. You know, the sun on the racetrack makes it kind of tricky, so we're going to get out there and do a quick shuffle, do everything we can to make it as prime time as possible for the semifinals of our alcohol machines. I want to say thank you once again to MicroStrategies and Anthony for making D1TV a possibility. If you're watching out there on D1TV, if you have a question, comment, heck, even if you're here, I don't care. Feel free to shoot me an email. If you got a question or comment or something you want to share, I am announcer at NHRA.com. I'm not going to get back to you in the next 5 minutes, but if you have a question or comment that you'd like to share, you can fire it at me, and I will get back to you. Cagnazzi Racing and GM Parts Now are pleased to announce a continuation of their program for this division, stock and super stock racers. And we'd like to thank them for joining the ever-growing list of NHRA Northeast Division programs. The new program will award the best package of a winning run in stock and super stock at all 7 Lucas Oil drag racing events here in 2020. And each class, that stock and super stock, will be eligible for $300 per event. In the case of a tie, I get the cash. Okay, maybe not. All car types are eligible, and there's also a $1,500 year-end bonus for the best package of the year. So be triple-O and run dead zero, and you're going to get paid from GM Parts Now, or just be better than everybody else in the category. Now, you do need the decal in order to be a part of the program, and you can get that at the D1 Tech Trailer. Just remember to thank Victor next time you see him, and the folks at GM Parts Now for their support of Division 1. We appreciate everything that they do for us. They're going to do that out on the racetrack. I'm going to catch my breath, get a cold bottle of water, and get ready for the semifinals of alcohol. If wherever you are right now you can't see the racetrack, fix that. You're going to want to check these things out. Quickest and fastest cars we're going to see here today, and they are racing for real. Just remember, keep your social distance. Perfect day for ice cream, by the way. Maybe I'll go get some ice cream. Ice cream. I can tell you the guys back there in Dwayne Shields' pit are in hustle-up mode because they went to warm up after doing a regular surface and ended up having to change out the motor in the Muscle Milk car. So they're in mad thrash mode, but I am told that they're about to button that thing up, drop it on the ground, and roll up here for the semifinals. All righty, getting ready to fire up the first two alcohol funny cars, racing for the right to come back and run Dan Pomponio in the final round. Now, interestingly enough, I talked about in the first round, Matt Gill in that Moduline car had a solo, chose the left lane. Fred Tigas had lane choice, chose the right lane. Well, Fred has lane choice now and has chosen the left lane. And I wonder, pause for burnout, I wonder if Fred did that because he really believes that the left lane is better, even though this morning he took the other one, or if he did it just because he knew Matt wanted it. You know, it's kind of like when your sister's being a brat. It's like, but you don't even like that. I know, but I know she wants it, so I'm going to take it. It's the way my mind works. I can't help it. Yes, they've tried therapy. It didn't work. The Moduline team with Matt Gill, the #1 qualifier, and Fred Tigas. Fred Tigas has been driving alcohol funny cars probably longer than Matt Gill has been alive. Used to race against Matt's dad. And I got to tell you, based on qualifying, you would say, okay, well, Matt had the better car. Based on first round, I don't know that either one of them's got a better car. The key to winning this race is going to be simple. Get it cleanly into second gear. Whoever does that is going to win the race. When the racetrack is as hot as it is, and that sun has been just blazing straight down on it all day long, your margin for error goes away. So who made the right call? Tigas left. Gill right. Winner gets Pomponio. Both of them rattled. Both of them pedaled. Both of them get back after it and check it out. 588 for the win. 256 miles an hour. 603. 216 miles an hour. Gill moved first, and both of them looked like they got in a little trouble out there about the same place. But both pedaled. Both got it to recover, and Gill was able to keep his foot to the floor down to the stripe. That's why he had that big speed, and it will be Matt Gill and Dan Pomponio in the final round. Now, if Pomponio wants lane choice, he's going to have to outrun what Gill just did, but I have a feeling that that was a confidence builder for both Matt and Paul. The fact that they ran that 588 over on the right side of the racetrack, even with the pedal job, that thing looked like it was close enough that it shouldn't take a huge adjustment to get it through there. Listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Super comp, come on down. Need you to the lanes, please. Super comp to the lanes. Now, I was just informed that Dan Pomponio is not concerned with lane choice at all. And he doesn't care for a test run at all. He's got confidence in his car and his crew, and that he is just going to idle up and take the tree. That's what I was told. By rule, in order to be declared the winner, this is all you have to do. That's good thinking, so the throttle doesn't stick while he's idling it forward. Click, bang, and he's a winner. By rule, you must stage the car under its own power in order to be declared the winner, and that's exactly what Dan did. He's not concerned with lane choice. He's got confidence in his car and his crew, and he is ready for the final round. So he decided to not take a chance on potentially damaging something, having a problem with the car. But it'll come back and be Pomponio against Gill, and man, where have we seen that here in the Eastern region? Over and over and over again. So our alcohol funny car final is set, and probably to no one's big shock, it'll be Gil and Pomponio for the trophy later on today. And our alcohol dragster semis pull in. Jackie Frick lining up with Mike Hepp. Winner gets Dwayne Shields. And as I mentioned, Dwayne back in the pits. They went through their normal routine after that round one matchup when his car made a very nice 5:39 lap and hurt the motor, or realized the motor was hurt when they were warming it up. It was a mad thrash to get that thing swapped and get it here. Now, he does have the solo run. So if he wants to, he could do what Dan did, just idle up and take the tree. But I have a feeling if they just had to change the motor, he probably wants to at least bring it up and launch it, make sure it's going to be ready for the final. Super Comp. Attention to the pits. Super Comp, come on down. Round number one. You're up next. All right, they fire up Jackie's car first. Those injected nitro cars, they always start up on alcohol. And they'll run for a few seconds, build a little heat, and then start pumping the nitro to them. As a general rule, they'll start the injected nitro car first. And then they will signal to the alcohol car, okay, we're ready. Mike Hepp with a much more conventional burnout this time than he had back there in round number one. He's still kind of getting used to this thing. He's been drag racing in NHRA for a while, but just completed his license Thursday during the test and tune. If he can get around the Epping champ over there in the right lane, his first race will be his first final round appearance. And he'll come back and have a chance to run for the trophy. You can see the Tom Pickett Racing logo on the side of that car. That's where this car came from and helped Mike get his license and get comfortable. The Jackie Frick, former region champ, top 10 player in the world, John Fink's machine over in the right side. Blower car in the left lane, injected car in the right lane. Winner gets Dwayne. Oh, how about this? They both smoked the tires. They're both pedaling their way. Jackie trying to hold on. Oh, and she does. What a wild ride. 689 to a 708. They both smoked the tires. They both pedaled. Jackie's car did a McPhillips-style wheel stand out there about 400 feet. And they were both spinning a tire all the way down to the finish line stripe. Look at the speed. Jackie was 195. Hepp was closing in at 218 miles an hour. And Jackie Frick wins a wild one. And remember what I told you about Dwayne Shields having to do a last-minute motor swap? They are going to roll that thing up and just fire it up and stage it exactly like Pomponio did. I thought they might want to just make the run, just kind of check everything out, but it looks like Dwayne and crew chief Dana Hopewell have decided, look, let's just fire it up, take the tree, and then we can go back and double-check everything, because they literally were in mad thrash mode. I mean, they just pulled this thing into lanes about 5 minutes ago. So they're just going to start this thing up and stage it, be declared the winner, and then they'll have some time to go back and double check and triple check everything for the final. They know they're going to run Jackie. And like Dan, not concerned with lane choice, but man, that was a wild matchup that Jackie got the better of. They are clearing off the top end of the racetrack. And the Muscle Milk team is going to fire up, idle up, and take the tree. All right. They fire it up. And they're going to roll it up. And that's all they're going to do. That's all they have to do. So they will now go back and go over that car with a fine-tooth comb to get ready for a final round with Jack. And look how fast they're pushing her back, getting back in the pits. They have got some work to do to that car before they're going to be ready for the final round. You can tell they're already in hustle mode. As Team Tickets heads back to pack it up after a semi-final showing here this weekend. And Super Comp gets ready to roll out for round number one. For the Super Comp cars, they are racing for real. Here's the plan of attack. We've got Super Comp in the lanes. We will also have first round of Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. That's Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. We'll have our alcohol finals. And then we will call it a day. It's got to be an early one today because they're going to be making dust over there later on this afternoon. But our Super Comp car is going to be rolling out momentarily, and Joe Koss is going to slide in here and tell you all about round number one as they try to race their way into Sunday.
And its drag racing team, Bon Giovanni Racing, knows what it takes to succeed, both on the track and in business.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets, utilizing technology to drive business, the same way we utilize technology to win races. We take a high volume and variety of data from multiple sources to help us succeed in our racing program. Whether we're finishing first in a big race or helping our clients grow their business, it's all about the teamwork and the analytics of winning.
With a dedication and passion to cross the finish line first, the MicroStrategy staff on the Bon Giovanni Racing team are constantly pushing forward, analyzing data to increase performance, and striving to be the best.
Green, off and running, and you'll see a lot of different strategies here in this category. If you're a big fan of dragsters, well, this is a class for you. We do have a couple of door cars in the category here this weekend, and all kinds of different strategies here. Here we go. First pair, Super Comp, Rob Hyatt, left lane. Vega in the right lane. The Vega goes red. Missed it by 009 Thou red for the Vega, and Rob Hyatt going to get the free pass to round number 2 here tomorrow. Here is Jamie Dimon. Left side, Tom Oliver, right side. You'll watch a variety of different combinations here where, it's like we saw earlier in Super Street, we'll see drivers that'll hit that throttle stop right away and then come charging hard on the finish line. If you're new to drag racing, 890 is the index. Say, why don't you just go faster than 890? Well, if you do, it's called a breakout. You lose unless your opponent does the same thing, and then it becomes whoever is under by the least amount wins, assuming there's no red light on the starting line. Jamie Dimon, high school math teacher, left lane. Right side, Tom Oliver. Oh, booking on down the quarter mile. Jamie out in front. Oliver's car eases up. Jamie looks over and goes 9 seconds flat. Had a 10 on the tree. Diamond gets the win as Tom Oliver slows to a 960 with a 3, only 137 miles per hour. And Diamond gets away with the easy win there as his opponent could not make it down the full 1,320 feet. Talking about problems. Tom Slater over here in the left lane of Colonia, New Jersey, looking out the right side of his dragster, saying, my opponent can't find reverse. Got it now. Brought it back, and we'll see if we can fire off this pair here. Michael McIntyre. Right side of the racetrack. Alternative Truck and Auto. On the side of McIntyre's dragster. Tom Slater. We talked about doing it different, right? 383 cubic inches in the right lane for McIntyre. He's going to get way out there. 565 cubic inches for Slater. Trying to catch him, reel him into the big end of the racetrack, and he does. 894, 170 miles per hour. Took the stripe by 9 thousandths, and Slater was behind in the tree. McIntyre, 007, had the advantage, could not run the number, and it was Slater who drove around, snugged it up at the finish by 9 thou, and gets the win. Here is Emily LeBlanc in the Blitz. Salem, New Hampshire. Jason Kenny, Kutztown, Pennsylvania over there in the black jegs.com machine. Crimping it in ever so slightly. Kenny flickers that stage bulb in the rock. .898 and a double breakout win for Kenny. Plenty in the bag of the starting line. 013 to an 035 for Emily. And Kenny will be back tomorrow. Lance Pinto, Walworth, New York. 2005 Cavalier. Rich Door on the right side. This dragster will go 183 miles per hour. So Lance Pinto in the door slammer is going to be way out there. The Door's going to try to track him down. Watch Door's dragster just about stop. Here he comes looking for 183 miles per hour like he did earlier today. Top end, Pinto takes the stripe, takes the win. 892, 147 miles per hour. Dick Door goes dead 2, but was trailing by 500ths at the starting line, and Pinto used all of that to get the win in the Cavalier, and he's moving on to round number 2. Hard to judge. You get 40 miles per hour difference, like when you're on the highway passing that guy in the left lane who's going like 30. You come up on him quick. There's James Blake, right lane. Jim Blake, left lane. Father and son combination. Jim Blake dad, James Blake son. Man, talk about a tough draw in round one. Got to race dad. Got to race your son. Get up to the stripe, and it's going to be son. James Blake with a win, 894.5. Starting line advantage. Dad goes 895.2. Winner to James Blake. Over there on the right side. Brad Coryell, Ware, New Hampshire, left side. Ford-powered dragster on the left side. Rich Door, right side. From Watertown, New York. Here I'm whopping on that throttle at the finish line, and it was Brad Correll on the left side with a double breakout win. He was 8,892, 89.2, I should say. 888.5 on the right side. Door had the starting line edge, but Brad a little bit closer to that 890, and he will hang on for the victory. That's Dave Markle. That's Mike Rabalato. Mike Rabalato in that blue undercover dragster. 4-time national event winner. One tough customer right side. Dave Markle, he's pretty tough too. Scottsville, New York on the left side. Rabalato's in, and here comes Markle. See the differing strategies there with the throttle stop. Rabalato's comes on pretty quick up at the finish, and Rabalato's going to hang on. 891 with a 5. Nearly identical on the starting line for those two, and Markle just a little bit off with a 93. At 156 miles per hour, Rabalato was able to drive around him and advance. Here's Chris Latiga, left side for Voluntown, Connecticut. His brother Nick running in top dragster here this weekend. And Doug Dahl. So Latiga left lane, Doug Dahl right lane. Doug Dahl, a former U.S. Nationals winner, out in front of Latiga by the time they hit the 1,000-foot mark, and Doug Dahl will get the win easily. 898.9. Chris Latiga off the pace, 964, and Doug Dahl advances. Attention for everybody who's with us here today. As you make your way out of the racetrack, please go out the front gate. Make your way out that spectator gate. Go out that direction on your way out, because we've got the circle track guys coming into the top end of the racetrack where you came in to register as part of the race weekend. So if you're exiting the facility here today, make sure you make your way out the front gate on this side of the circle track. Here's Edward Metcalf. Joey Cambria over there on the right side. Single House, Pennsylvania for Ed Metcalf. Chillington, Pennsylvania over there on the right side for Joey Cambria. Two beautiful looking dragsters. Here's Metcalf. Could not get it done. Starting line advantage was a difference there, and it was Cambria. 894 is the pair, but Cambria was holding 100th at the starting line. His 11 to Metcalf's 22. In a world of super comp racing, that is too much. Cambria did a nice job driving the finish line there, held on. Almost identical elapsed times, that one on the starting line. Here is Keith Lausier, left side, Winstead, Connecticut driver. Right side, Grant Nichols, multi-time Super Pro Lebanon Valley Dragway champion. For years ran that Mustang. His son's running it today down in Maple Grove, and he's bringing out his dragster. He's already got 2 track championships for Grant Nichols over there in the right lane with this car. Several more than that. Double duty, already advanced earlier in Super Street. Can he get by Keith Lausier here in round number 1 of Super Comp? No, he can't. Ooh, everybody taking a lot of stripe on that one. Keith Lausier, 882.8. Grant Nichols way under, 873.8. Just took a little bit too much there on both sides, but it was Keith Lausier who snugged it up enough to get the victory. And here comes Dana Bakken, East Hampton, Connecticut. Chevrolet, 572 cubic inches. Cressman chassis dragster, left side. And Jessica Sadlowski on the right side. Leominster, Massachusetts, undercover, 555 Chevrolet cubic inches. And former Jet dragster driver has had a couple of laps here at this racetrack as a pilot of one of those all-powerful Jet dragsters for Jessica. But it's not going to help you here. How about that? Dana goes dead 890 with a 7, 019 on the tree, 26 package in round number 1. We'll punch your ticket to Sunday. And Dana gets the move, and we'll move on in the competition here this weekend. Timmy Markaloo. Left side, Heather Fetch. Right side, husband Anthony Fetch won his round earlier today in stock eliminator. That high-flying wheel stand in blue Chevrolet Camaro. We'll see if Heather could make it a happy household with both cars going into the next round. How about this double breakout win for Timmy Markaloo? Was perfect on the starting line. 886 with a 6, 177 miles per hour. Tightened up the stripe to a 7th thou. Margin of victory up at the finish line. And Heather, not quite good enough to get it there. And the guy next door goes 00, and you left 24 on the starting line. It was over then. There's John Durfus, hailing from Whitesboro, New York. Left side of the white dragster, Chris Cumming. Right side from Milton, New Hampshire. Cumming will give chase. Still coming. Getting there. Getting there. And he got it. 888.1. John Durfus a little quick there. 2/10 under. 870 with a 1. Double breakout win. And Chris Cumming will get it with trip 8s here in Super Comp round 1. I'll bring up Justin Mason from Northborough, Massachusetts. Big block, Janice Willard from Leominster. Mason puts the nose out in front, gets the win, 891 with a 0. Janice trying to make up with a late reaction time. Goes 899.9, breaks out by 1 thou, but gave plenty of room to her opponent up there at the finish line, leaving 62 on the starting line, and that just doesn't work. So competitive in Super Comp, you just can't leave a lot of room on the starting line, or you'll be making a quick trip back to the trailer. William Pitts, left side. John Martin, right side. Just something clean about how that black, gray blends together on that dragster here on the near side of the racetrack, the Fink equipment line. Trimmed in red for William Pitts. New York, left lane. New Jersey, right lane. William and John. William taking his time bumping into the beams. Flash of yellow, flash of green. Who's going to give their wind light some electricity here on this run? Pitts well out in front. Martin tried to track him down, and, well, that's why. Martin, 891.9. Pitts gave up the stripe, 893.9. They were nearly dead even. Only a thousandth separated the two on the starting line. And John Martin able to get by William Pitts. Here's Ken Moses. Lining up alongside Spencer Markle. Moses been at this for a long, long time. Expert transmission designer, rebuilder. Line it up here on the left side. Colonial, New Jersey for Moses. Montvale, New Jersey for Spencer Markle. It's going to be Ken Moses, 891.0. Markle breaks out 887.2. And, you know, it's a round win. You love round wins, but Ken Moses is going to look back at that reaction time, 8:042, and say, boy, I got away with that one. Spencer was 0.82. And Ken Moses with a uncharacteristic 42 reaction time. Left a lot out on the table, but Spencer wasn't there to take advantage of it, and it's going to be Moses to march on. Attention to the pits. We need Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. To the staging lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, we need you to the staging lanes now, please. Philip Molicella, left side. Alan Gauthier in the right side. The Raven Racing Dragster with that fancy wing out the back. And it's going to be Molicella. 892.5. Knew that couldn't get there as Gauthier was going quick, and just let him have it. Philip's going to be marching on. Here's Jack Sapanik alongside Rick Rawlinson. Katie Sapanik was able to get through in her round one of Stock Eliminator. Had the bye run, also ran in the left lane. Again, handful of national event victories to Jack's credit. Rick Rawlinson is one at the divisional level. And he would love nothing more than to win again and to be able to put Jack Panic on the trailer after the first round. Finish line, but it's not going to happen. Jack got bailed out on that one. 890 with an 8. 46 on the tree for Jack Panic. Rick Rawlinson, 24 on the tree. Had room to tighten it up, but just took a little bit too much. 888 for Rick. Jack went sailing right on, dead on, and got the win. Here's Chuck Crapella. Left side. Let's take a look at the starting line, about 30 feet out over there in the right lane of the racetrack. And Jerry Holcomb on the right lane. We'll take a look at the racetrack over here on the right side. Take a look. Make sure nothing is amiss with Jerry Holcomb's machine. And they went ahead and gave him the cut it off signal for Holcomb.
Give him a single sign if he is.
And Chuck Crapella will get a single. So Jerry Holcomb backed out of the beams after the burnout, and Chuck Crapella will get the free ticket into the next round and an extra time trial run. $83 on the tree for Crapella. goes 889.3, but gets a single with Jerry Holcomb, who broke down there on the starting line. Once again, race fans, if you're making your way out at the end of the competition today, and we still have a lot of racing left to go, we still have Top Dragster to come for their opening round of competition. Top Sportsman, and still we've got the finals for Top Alcohol Funny Car and Top Alcohol Dragster. To wrap things up here today on the Saturday edition of our Lucas Oil Divisional here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Thanks for coming out, enjoying the day with us. It's been a beautiful day today. Tomorrow, expecting more of the same. But as you make your way out of the facility at the end of racing here on the drag strip today, just make sure you make your way out through the spectator gate, the front gate. We've got all the circle track boys up there and girls getting ready to go racing on the dirt track later on tonight. And they've got all their trailers up there, so clogging up the tech entry at the racetrack. So just make it a little easier on yourself. Avoid the traffic. You don't even need an app for that. Just go out the front gate. And you will be all set. Of course, we do this every weekend here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. If you're somebody who's got a street car, you want to come out and take your grocery getter or your Mustang or your Camaro, or we had a Tesla. We had a Tesla actually a couple weeks ago run out here in the quarter mile. We'll come out Wednesday night. Gates open at 5. Run them until 10 o'clock based on the car count, and run eliminators. If you got a street car you want to compete in, learn a little bit about how to drag race, you can do that here Wednesday nights at Lebanon Valley Dragway. And Saturday, Sunday, we've got test and tune and special events on Saturday. Sundays, we've got points programs, a lot of racing just like what you're seeing here. Different category of cars, but you see dragsters, door cars, high-powered cars, foot breakers, if you like the classics, Camaros, Mustangs, Dusters. We've got them all on a regular basis here on Sundays at Lebanon Valley Dragway. So join us then. Don't just come out on divisional races. Come out throughout the summer months. Check us out, dragway.com. It's got the full schedule. Stay up to date. Of course, we are continuing to follow all the social distancing guidelines. Helps us keep this sport running through the summer months. And keep that in mind as you're out there today. If you're near a group of people, put a mask on. If you're out in the grandstands like you've been, keep your distance. We can keep racing. Next pair ready to go. Craig Rice, left side. Kyle Bigley in the right lane. Rice racing machine for Craig Rice, rolling it up. Bigley taking his time before he moves into the stage beams. We're about midway through round number 1 of Super Comp. Top Dragster will be coming out next. Talk about high-speed drag racing. Top Dragster. That'll be after Super Comp. Well, Kyle Bigley, 897.5. Got away with one there. 51 on the starting line for Bigley, but Craig Rice only runs 9:08.5. And Kyle Bigley sneaking on through here in round number 1. Here's William Roberts. On the left side, 398 cubic inch. Dave Rowe on the right side, the big block. Watch the difference. Roberts hangs back in that throttle stop a little bit longer, gives chase over here on the left side, get up toward the stripe, and David Rowe, 886.9. Roberts, 885.7. Rowe had some room, took a lot at the stripe, but had a healthy starting line advantage, 016. Was able to get the W. It's always good when you look up on that wall in the shutdown area and that big green light is on your side of the racetrack. That means you get to come back and play again tomorrow. Doug Marsters, left side. Douglas Marsters and Stephen Logan over there on the right side from Weymouth, Mass. A couple of very experienced Super Comp racers right here on the starting line. Oh, double breakout, and it was Stephen Logan who had a 1,000 starting line advantage, goes 889.3. Doug Marsters took a mile at the stripe, 44 thousandths, and that's like a ton when it comes to Super Comp. Almost 10 feet. And when it comes to drag racing, when it comes to Super Comp, this is a game of inches. This is a game of thousandths of seconds. And just a bit too much. Here's Tiana Zarelli. Left lane, Kathy Smulligan. Right side. TT Motorsports entry. Tiana in the Fink equipment lane. Kathy in the Firematic lane. No. After you. No, please, you go first. Nope. No. I insist. Okay. I'll go. Kathy goes first. Tiana goes second. Little starting line gamesmanship. How does it impact this race? Well, not much at all. Kathy breaks out. They were near identical on the starting line. Tiana looked over, 892, and said, "You could have it. I can't get there. I'll feed you the stripe, and I'll take the win." That's what Tiana did. She's going on to round number 2. There on the left side. Heads up racing. A lot of strategy plays into Super Comp. A lot of drivers trying to run a little bit quicker than that 890. Try to back into it. See what their opponent is doing. Manipulate track position out there. Try to make them think you're better or faster than you are. It's all a head game. Christopher Mattern, left side, and John Smith, right side. Small block, big block. Well, if you were sitting down here at the starting line, you should have been able to see that one. Yep. 891.0, and Chris Mattern, 011 on the tree. John Smith, the alarm clock did not go off. 159 for John Smith, caught sleeping on the starting line. And you just can't do that. You can't give up a 1/10 and a half in a race that lasts only 8.90 seconds. Jasmine Wider on the left side against Miranda Marsters. Marsters on the side of the black dragster in the far lane of the racetrack for Miranda. Jasmine Wider from Rensselaer, New York. Just a few clicks up the road. Yeah, Alan was saying it earlier. If you watch the dragsters down there on the starting line, you watch those stage bulbs, it'll tell you whatever lights go out first, it'll tell you which car left first. You can make a sport of it with your buddy in the grandstand. Miranda gets the win, 891.7. Huge starting line advantage over Yasmin, and Miranda Marsters will continue on. She'll be back tomorrow. Here's Jennifer Murray. And I don't have any information on the driver in the left lane, but Jennifer Murray rolled through the stage beam there. Goes way red. That is not how she drew it up. And a 958.2 in the left lane at 138 miles per hour. Going to go ahead and get on through into round number 2. And Murray, one of those things you come up on the RPMs. Here's Angelo DeCoco. Left side, and Michael Karen over on the right side. Well, 006 on the left side for Angelo DeCoco, 894. Lots of room to take the stripe there, and slows it down to a 174 mile per hour run and got the win. Cruising on through Super Comp. You know, you roll the dice of like how they line up back in the staging lanes. A couple of pair ago, we had two black dragsters. A couple pair here. One with a lot of red and one with a little less red. Amanda Boyseco on the left side and Chase Feinstock on the right lane of the racetrack. And Amanda's name is still pronounced Boychesko, just like it was the last round. Both out of Pennsylvania. And one of them wants to make that drive tomorrow. The other one, they're going to make that drive tonight. We'll see who. Oh, man. Amanda Boychesko goes 890 with a 1, but left so much on the starting line that Chase Feinstock, 009, 893.8, was able to hang on and get the win. 00 reaction time at the starting line. Gives you a lot of room to play with on the other end. When you're a little bit behind at the starting line, it is good night. Antonio Bonina, along with Daniel Bisbano in the right lane. There is something I like about this dragster for Antonio. A little bit different. You don't see too many yellow ones. Watch, like the next three are going to be yellow dragsters, right? Yep. That's the way it goes with me. Right side's going to get the win. Bisbano, 892.8. That was a race. 6/10,000ths of a second there at the finish line. Bisbano, 011 on the tree. Antonio, 15 on the tree. And by 6/10,000ths and about 1 inch at the finish line, Daniel Bisbano is going to get the win over Antonio. So Jamie Madison in the right lane with the bounty after the win a couple of weeks ago at the divisional race up in Epping, New Hampshire. Jim Gagnon here on the left side. Lebanon Valley Dragway regular. And they're off. Gagnon trying to cash in on the bounty. Madison out in front. How about it? 890 with a 9. 19 on the tree. And Gagnon, he was right there. Missed it by a thou at the stripe. 008 on the tree for Gagnon. 899 with a 9. Had room to tighten up the stripe, but just took too much at the finish line. And Jamie Marster is going to move on to the next round. Excuse me, James Madison's going to move on to the next round. And boy, Gagnon's going to look at that time slip and say, ooh, so close. I had room. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But not today. Took about 2 inches too much. Richard Leone on the left side with William Gilman on the right. Red light start for Gilman, and Leone's going to move on. Only about the second red light we saw here in Super Comp. It's been pretty clean so far in Super Comp Eliminator today. And the red lights that we've seen have been way, way, way red. Like in the hundreds of reds. Here's Howie Smith. North Syracuse, New York here in the Fink Equipment Lane. All black. And Tom Hunter right side. York, Pennsylvania driver. And getting down to the final few pairs of Super Comp, we've got Top Dragster on deck. Pull that visor down. Pre-stage. Bumping them in nice and easy. Here we go. Hunter gets the win, 0-15 on the tree. Howie Smith was 40 on the tree. Hunter went cruising on down, went right on by, 161 miles per hour. Gave up the stripe to Leone, that was it. Bill Krug from nearby Albany, New York, and Chrissy Klein from Livingston Manor. Clean and green on this pair. Krug left side, Klein right side at the stripe. Krug will get the win, 896.3. Krug 028 on the tree, Klein 072 on the tree. Had plenty of room for Krug. And he gets it done. There's Michael Handress. Nitro Fish colors on the side of this machine. And Gary Gilman. Double breakout win, and just by a little. You got to go to the little numbers to figure out who won this one. Michael Handress, 888.39. Gary Gilman, 888.35. Breakout win by 4/10,000ths of a second. Just that close there at the finish line. Both under, both 888. Got to go to the fourth digit over. Got to use a lot of fingers on that one. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the Super Street pits. Need driver of car number 1864, Mr. McGuigan, and driver number R181, Taylor Amorosi, to the tower, please. Second floor of the tower, we need Mr. McGuigan, Taylor Amorosi to the tower, please. Super Street competitors, if you can make your way up to the second floor tower, Mr. Pomponio Jr. would like to speak with you. Correction, the third would like to speak with you. Continuing on here, here's Sean Frick, who wants to do a little bit better than he did earlier in Super Street, because in Super Street, he lost. Joseph Galucci over here in the right lane from South Amboy, New Jersey. And this should get interesting. Top end, Sean Frick, best package of the round, I do believe, 890 with a 5, 17th package for Sean Frick. Joe Galucci, 11 on the tree, I should say, 888.5, and Sean Frick waited towards the end of the round, put together the best package, 17 package, with the best of round 1 Super Comp. So he's staying alive. Here's Dave Markle. Gets the solo run to cap off this round of Super Comp. Good run for Markle, 14 on the tree, 892.4, 172.67 miles per hour, and Dave Markle gets to come back and play again tomorrow. Well, if you like dragsters, you like bracket racing, you're in the right spot. Because coming up next is going to be round 1 of Top Dragster. So unlike what we saw a moment ago here in Super Comp, where the rule book says how fast you're going to run, when we get to run Top Dragster, the driver and the team and the crew chief get to decide how fast they're going to run. They'll be able to dial them in We qualified them over the weekend, so they'll run off a ladder. But like we had for top sportsmen earlier in the day, we've got 2 categories running off a ladder here. Then we still got the finals coming up. 4 top alcohol funny car and dragster to wrap up today's Saturday of competition. Here, this day 2 of the Lucas Oil divisional event here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Hopefully you're coming back tomorrow. It's a great 4th of July weekend to celebrate our independence, and certainly want to thank all the men and women who have served, past and present, in our armed forces for their tireless work and dedication to our country. And of course, all the families and the efforts that go in and supporting that behind the scenes. We thank you for making racing like this possible, and we thank you for coming out today and celebrating a little bit of your hard work here with us today at Lebanon Valley. The Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance, coming up next with round 1. All right. What do you say we switch categories here and move on over to Top Dragster? Tommy Tape, presented by Select Performance Top Dragster here today. Round number 1. Anything with a blower just sounds awesome, doesn't it? Mullins race cars here on the left side of the racetrack. And this, unlike what we saw a moment ago in Super Comp, we'll see staggered starts once again. And these guys race off the ladder based on the qualifying that they had earlier in the weekend. Top Dragster, a lot of unique combinations. See a lot of Pro Chargers, some blown cars here in the category. But you will see a very, very fast drag race. When you're out there, if you're sitting out about half track, well, even if you're sitting down here at the starting line, listen to the throttles. When they get up there towards the finish line, you'll hear them burping the throttle, trying to run as close as possible to their dial-in. Michael Kalin here on the left side, a 642 dial-in. Sean Fournier in the right lane, 691 the dial-in there. Staggered start. Full tree in Top Dragster. Don't want to go under that dial-in that's up on the scoreboard, and right lane's your winner. 004 on the starting line, 692 with a 1. Nice start to round number 1 for Sean Fournier. Michael Kalin, it was done by the time he left the 60-foot cone. Left 56 in the starting line. It was all over then. That's Albert Staffieri. Left side, and will run unopposed here in round number 1. Jeff Tisdale unable to make the call. So the 685 is the target for Albert Staffieri. We'll see what Al can do. What can Al do for you? All right, down the middle. 683.4 for Al. That'll bring up Higginham, Connecticut's Fred Perkins, left side. Black dragster, 2016 year chassis, and Ned Mitchum over there on the right side. As is pretty common in most of these cars. Chevrolet power, but how they're getting it different ways. Fred Perkins got the Pro Charger on his machine. Pro Charger on the right side. We've got a pair of them here in round one. 635 to 694. Ned Mitchum will leave the starting line first over there on the far side. There goes Ned. And here comes Fred. Fred's going to about even it up, but by the time they get half track and gets up there to the finish line, 695.3 for Ned, 10 on the starting line. Perkins was 44 on the tree. Run 638.7. Could not quite run the number and knew he couldn't get there. Attention to the pits. We need Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance, to the staging lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes now, please, for round number one. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes now. Here is Stephanie Diamond, along with Nick Maloney. Stephanie Diamond, who a couple of weeks ago here in Super Pro competition had a problem in the late rounds. One of her fellow racers gave her a hand. She got through that round, went on to win in Super Pro here on Sunday. Can she win in Top Dragster? Her husband, Jamie, down there in the starting line and gets the win. Red light start for Maloney. Diamond cruises on down through there, 659.1. She would have been tough to handle. Puts together an 11 thousandths package. 10 on the tree for Stephanie. 59 with a 1. Marching on to round number 2, and Jamie down there in the starting line saying, hey, we're both coming back. And, ooh, even better, Stephanie on top of that gets the bounty. Now I know why Jamie was clapping. The Power Technologies bounty there for Stephanie Diamond. And it's good to be a diamond today. Isn't it always good to be a diamond? Have a diamond? Be a diamond. Have a diamond. Diamonds are good. Paul Neal left side and Glenn Crane right side. Bit of a bigger advantage here, like half a second. 7:29 for Glenn. 6:68 for Paul. Here are the alcohol cars in the back getting ready for their final round of competition. That'll be coming up after Top Sportsman. So fun to watch these races up there on the hill. Left lane's winner, Paul Neal, 670. As Glenn Crane just could not run the number. Crane had an 11 to a 23 starting line advantage, but just did not run the number. And is out. Tough with dragsters when you've got a big separation there, because with the dragsters, you can put mirrors on it, but hard to see out the side when you got somebody closing on you as quick as that. Up at the top end of the racetrack, we've got a couple of cars still on course. And we'll hold them up here at the starting line, get the top end cleared, and be ready to continue on here with round number 1 of Top Dragster. Once again, Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. We need you to the staging lanes now, please. Well, if you're coming back with us tomorrow, hope to see you at 9 a.m. or maybe even a little bit earlier. If you got the opportunity to walk around the pit area, see some of the cars that are out there, and socially distantly talk to some of the teams, drivers, about their cars they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into. But we'll be running junior dragsters with the kids starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. to start off our final day of eliminations here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. We've got round 2 of stock to roll right after that and continue on through the rest of the day in the run order. Take a look at it. It's up on the Lebanon Valley Dragway webpage if you want to see the order that will be running here tomorrow. Always subject to change. But we're ready to go. Ken LeBlanc on the left side, Richard Jameson over here on the right side. Ken will go first, 690 the dial in for Ken. Richard Jameson right side, 645, and look at that wheel stand from Jameson. Carried him well 100 feet out there. Gets to the stripe, it gets the win. 648.2. 003 on the tree for Jameson. Ken LeBlanc, 054. Ran closer to the dial-in, but left a little bit on the starting line. Was able to cruise right on through. Here's Bob Vodela from Southington, Connecticut. 781 cubic inches of mean from the left side, the Midnight Sun dragster. Right side is Austin Lobin from Rensselaer, New York. He's missing his crew chief today, his sister Amanda. Decided to spend the day with her boyfriend. Go figure. I'll cut her a little slack. It was a college graduation party. Kind of hard to explain that one away. But Austin in the right lane, 690 for Austin. Bob, a 659 dial-in. Austin's your winner, 695 to 193 miles per hour. Look at the mile per hour there on the left side. 200.31, broke out by 8 thou. Got there first and had room to snug it up, but just did not. Took the stripe by 28. Only needed 8 thou or 9 thou to get the win over Austin, but just took a little bit too much. Here's Brian Corey. Black, white, and blue. Put a little red on it. It'd be perfect for a 4th of July paint scheme. Minus the black. Here's Rebecca Miller. 701 right side, Canterbury, Connecticut. Brian is from North Salem, New Hampshire. A 663 dial. Double breakout. Only going under by 1 thou for Rebecca Miller. She'll get the win. Brian Corey a snug better there in the starting line. 006 for Brian. Rebecca was 011 on the starting line. Breaks out by 1 thousandths and gets the win. That was a close one. Brian only took 5 thousandths at the stripe, and Rebecca was just able to get right in under that dial-in to capture the victory. Victor Pugula. And Deb DeGeneva. $686 for Deb. Gets the head start here. Vic, 610. IHRA World Champion. We won't hold it against him. And a good point, 610, the fastest you can run. Got that Pro Charger on it. We saw a few pair ago, dragster go 200 miles per hour. That is moving. Well, doesn't matter how fast you go at the finish line if you go too fast at the starting line. Red light start, 023 red for Vic. Debs Unova, 024 was 689.7 and gets the win. Here's Marty Jones on the left side and Nick Ladiga on the right side. I'm glad Nick figured out what race car best suits him. Used to race late model stock cars on high bank asphalt tracks. He tried racing open wheel midget cars for a while, which he actually still does on occasion. But the last couple of years he's been trying this drag race thing. And I'm like, Nick, you finally figured it out. Straight and fast. It's fun. 685 for Nick Ladiga. These guys are going to be neck and neck all the way down the racetrack. We haven't seen too many dragsters here with tight dial-ins like this. Marty Jones, 680. Running a similar speed opponent, you could play some games. We'll see what happens here. Well, that wasn't how they drew it up. See if Nick can go down there without breaking out, and he does. 7:06.7. Nick Ladiga gets the win as Marty Jones, as they say, struck the hides in the first 60 feet of the racetrack. 895.2. Marty spins the tires. Nick Ladiga looks over, says there is nobody there. Rolls out of the accelerator and takes the win. Take a look at the racetrack here on the left side. Some parts, some pieces, some rubber, some stuff. We'll get it cleaned up on the left side of the racetrack and continue on with Tommy Tape Top Dragster in a moment. Tommy Tape Top Sportsman should be in the staging lanes. And we'll be continuing on. I want to thank everybody who's tuning in online at D1TV today. What do we say here? 85 degrees here at Lebanon Valley, just under 3,000 feet corrected altitude. They're going to back this pair up here after their burnouts. And they're going to hold this pair here for just a minute in the left lane, a couple hundred feet past the finish line. Something on the racetrack that just should not be there. So James Beckham and Rick Bell will have to pause here for a minute before we send this next pair. We'll send the crew out there to the top end, take a look at the left side of the racetrack and see if we can get it all neatened up and ready to go before we send another pair of 180+ mile per hour dragsters down the quarter mile. All right, the signal for the top end is all clear. Went up there, got that debris off the racetrack on the left side, and we are ready for the next pair. Jim's Welding Service. Jim Beckham and Rick Bell. Boy, I like that Rick Bell dragster. Bet that thing looked pretty good at night. Generally, it's pretty good when you get to run at night. Then you've been around a lot of rounds. Wow. This is cool. Yep. Rick Bell, 004 on the tree, 692.9. Took only 6 thousandths to the finish line. And boy, he snugged that up perfect. Had plenty of room. Rick Bell marching on. We'll get to see that beautiful dragster one more time at least tomorrow. Frank Genovese, Summers, New York, left side. 692 the dial in here. Another pair of dragsters that'll be dialed pretty tight. 684 the dial in for Val DiGenova. So a slight head start for Frank. Don't blink or you'll miss it. Yep. Val left on the wrong light. That'll happen sometimes. Frank Genovese would have been tough to handle anyway. 006 in the tree. Saw his wind light come on. Rolled out of the throttle. Goes 790 with a 2. Val, 10 red. 686 with a 2. Ran it out the back door, but it didn't matter. It was over by the time the tree came down. Here's Ken Moses. Lining up alongside Nick Willard. .657 the dial in for Ken. 691 the dial in for Nick. Carbon fiber look in the Ken Moses dragster. And Nick Willard just tattooed Ken Moses to the tree. 002. Moses was 34. Willard had a lot of room. 697. Rolled out only to 177 miles per hour. And Nick Willard gets by Ken Moses here in the opening round. Ronald Klein in the left lane alongside Dave Petrosky. See the purge of nitrous over there in the right lane. The Klein 711. Not that 711. 711 on the dial in. Dave Petrovsky at 664 will give chase. Have to wait about one bulb. Well, 006 red for Ron Klein, and he is out. Dave Petrovsky, 670 with a 2, 199.67 miles per hour. We'll get to play again some more. You know, get to see all kinds of cool cars here in Top Dragster. This is Jim Dunn. Blown Alter. Alongside Vince Mussolino. Take any guesses as to which one is faster? I'm going with Jim. It's cool when they sound as mean as they look. So Jim Dunn left lane, 657. Vince Mussolino right lane, 688. There goes Vince. Here comes Jim. Gets up there, and Jim looking over and says, yes, sir, 660 at 196. Vince, 693.4, 187 miles per hour. Good side-by-side drag race. Nearly dead even out of the starting gate. It was all who was able to run closer to that number at the finish line. In that case, it was Jim. And that'll bring up the final car, or shall I say, dragster and Top Dragster for Tommy Tape Top Dragster presented by Select Performance. It's Al Kenny. Jegs.com on the side, targeting a 624 here in the solo run. Well, he's getting after it. Al Kenny, 625 with a 3. Actually turned it red, but didn't have an opponent, so it didn't matter. That'll put a period on round number 1 of Tommy Tape Top Dragster presented by Select Formats, but we're not done yet. We've got a few more classes of competition, and to take you through the rest of the day, here's Alan Reinhardt.
A few. I guess 3 makes a few, doesn't it? Even though the last 2 are just finals, but we got our Tommy Tape Top Sportsman cars in the staging lanes. They're getting locked and loaded. Hey, for those of you that follow other forms of racing, if you DVR'd everything today, then, you know, plug your ears and hum for a second. But Scott Dixon won the IndyCar race. Graham Rahal finished second. I wish Graham would have punted him on the last lap, and I didn't even see the last lap. I just wanted to see Graham win. Simon Pignot and Colton Hurton and Rinus VK finished fifth. I don't even know who that is. Is that like a real name? Rinus VK. He finished 5th today. Hey, in other sporting news, did you hear Joey Chestnut won again? I mean, right? What a shock. 75 hot dogs today. In 10 minutes. That's 34 more than the second place guy. And you know he's showing off because the last 5 hot dogs, he said, go ahead and put chili and cheese on those 2. That's just like rubbing salt in the wound. Yes. If you can eat 75 hot dogs in 10 minutes, Wayne will pay for them. That does beg the question. You know, they say there's always room for beer. If you eat 75 hot dogs in 10 minutes, is there room for a beer? I'm thinking no. Doug Busa, that's the bad apple. I still think, you know, I'd want to be a good apple. Gary Bonnert on the left side. How many could you eat in an 8-hour shift? I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to envision that. Please stage the first pair. All right, here we go. Both drivers away on the green side of the tree. Now the green Camaro tries to run down the blue Camaro to the stripe. Our first winner in Tommy Tape Top Sportsman is going to be Gary. 0.27 on the bulb, 7:44 on the racetrack, and well, Doug Busa had a 1:71 reaction time. That's like, do you ever leave an apple on the tree for 3 weeks too long? That's kind of it. Yeah, you're not coming back from that. Bad apple down in round number 1 brings up Rich Gardner, Garuder, excuse me, and Rich Carbone. So let's see, we had the bad apple, now we have the touch of evil. And I said this the other day, but I really mean it. A touch of evil? I mean, come on. Commit to something. If you're going to be evil, be evil. You know, get the Jason mask or whatever you need and just go for it. Just go for it. See the handicap there? Again, both drivers away on the green. Down to the stripe we go, and we have a winner. It's going to be Rich. He goes 719. On a 719, Garuder was out in front at the finish line, 7.5 feet, and that was too much. He was 6 thou too quick down the racetrack. Breaks out 6 thou. Carbone dead on 4 for the win. And look, we've got more. We got Brian Conray in the copper Corvette and Rich LaChapelle in the multicolored Chevy Beretta. Ever so gentle in the staging procedure. Let go of the button and let it fly. LaChapelle is out there. Conray, yep, stuck the nose out in front. 0.15 on the bulb, 7.08 on the track. That was enough. 1 above the dial was LaChapelle, but 3 behind on reaction timer. That kind of goes down as a hole shot. 2 above beats 1 above. Whoa! That's what's known as muffin the burnout. When it is as warm as it is today, and you roll 900 feet past the water box, if he crosses the line, he will be disqualified. Done. John Amoretti just disqualified himself. You are only allowed to cross the starting line 1 time during the burnout procedure. And even though he muffed the burnout the first time, he went cross the line, backed up, and then crossed the line again. That is a disqualification, and he is out. He is out. The win light's going to go to Don Lucer in the 1955. That is a hard and fast rule, and that applies to every category. I mean, from Super Comp to Top Fuel, every category that applies to. And for Don Lucer, this car has been giving him huge headaches up in New England. He finally got it doing the right thing here this weekend, and he got an easy one there at 8:07, shutting off early at 1:35. But again, while it's quiet, the rule applies to every category that goes over the line in the burnout, from Super Comp to Top Fuel. You are only allowed to cross the line 1 time during the burnout procedure. And what John did the first time, even though it didn't smoke the tires, the car went across the line. He backed up, did a second burnout across the line, and that is an automatic DQ. A tough break for John, a good break for Don. So the 55 Chevy advances. How about the 57 Chevy? Check out that Willard machine over on the right side of the racetrack. If you don't think that car's cool, then I don't know why you even came to Lebanon Valley Dragway today. I'm not saying you have to root for it. I'm just saying the car's cool. The car's really cool. And he's going to go head-to-head with the Mustang over here on the left side. Did these guys miss the memo about the dial-in being on the left side of the car? Do you guys know which side of the car is the left? Asking for a friend. When you pull into the water box, look where the tower is. That's where we look at the car. If you put your dial in on the right side of the car, that doesn't help. Point to the guy, show him where the window is. See if you can figure that part out. Larry Willard in the 57 says he's going to run 748. Frank Volpe says he's going to run 698. So the Chevy get the head start. The Ford will be on the chase. Only one of them gets to come back and run tomorrow. Down the track they go. The 57 trying to hold on. Here comes the pony. Finish line. Got him. 702. A 740 at 181 miles an hour. And that's a breakout by 6 thousandths of a second. Larry Willard got there first by 4 broke out by 6 thou. Predicted a 41. Ran a 40. Gets to think about that all the way home. Here comes Ron Regal. Where do I know that name? Oh, that's right. He won Epping. This is going to be a bounty run. If the arrow points to the Firematic side when these two cars cross the finish line, the bounty will have been gathered by Brian Bell, driving one of Tommy's toys. The Bounty Hunter program in Top Sportsman, courtesy of Ken Moses Racing Transmissions. So Ken's holding on to a hundo back there someplace, and if Brian wins this round, he'll win it. If Brian doesn't, it'll roll over to tomorrow. Brian is out there, but here comes Ron Regal. Got the fender laid out him, and no! It's going to come down to a double, or to a breakout for Regal. He predicted 701. He goes 706, 7006. I'm telling you, I was watching the numbers as they went down the racetrack, and I figured game over. But it was dead on one for Brian Bell, even though he's a couple of hun behind at this end. And he will pick up the bounty. So one of the TT Motorsports cars goes on, and another one is about to. And the reason I make that fearless prediction is because they're going to race each other. Either Dan Christopher or Hong Lee is going to win. I wonder, is this a deal like, you know, like when Don Schumacher's not at the racetrack and the drivers lose, they got to call and go, well, Don, here's what happened. Does somebody have to call Tommy and go, well, Tommy, here's what happened? Oh, he's here? Oh, that's him. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't even see him down there. Look at him pretending he doesn't have a favorite. He's leaning one way. You can see that, right? Christopher left. Hong Lee right. This time it's a double breakout. 3 thou under is Hong Lee. 6 thou under is Dan Christopher. And I can figure out that math. The win light's going to point over there to Hong Lee because he was the lesser of two evils by a couple of thousandths of a second, and that TT Motorsports will make it happen. By the way, it was just pointed out to me, I've been talking about Hong Lee running in two categories. It's actually Hong Lee Senior and Junior. Well, that kind of sucks the wind out of my story. My story was way better. Never let the facts get in the way of a good story. Nick Maloney. The Yenko Chevrolet over here on the left side. When you see a car like that, doesn't it just make you sick? I mean, they found that thing in a barn. An original Yenko hadn't been touched and then did that to it. Oh, that's not what happened? I'm sorry. Well, then never mind. In that case, it's awesome. Dan Hill over on the right side. The Hugger Orange Rally Stripe ride. Handicap head start's going to go to the left lane. By a bulb and 3 hundo. Here we go. Oh, no, no, no. I do believe Dan Hill had the wrong numbers in the box because he left dead even with Nick, and he was supposed to be a bulb behind. 719 for the win, 191 miles an hour as Dan Hill left way too soon and fouled away his shot at fame and fortune and a trophy that says Tommy Tape Top Sportsman Champion at Lebanon Valley. Send me more contestants, please. They're just getting suited up and strapped in back in the staging lanes. Keith Lazier, come see DP3. Keith Lazier, come see DP3 in race control. Everybody knows who DP3 is. He doesn't? No, that's C3PO. You're more of an R2D2, actually. Yeah. The gold one was C3PO. Could be worse. You could be an Ewok. Here comes Albert Stafiri in the truck and Wayne Horton. I know what you're wondering. Every time you see that T Motorsports, which stands, of course, for Tommy's Toys, how many toys does Tommy have? How big is Tommy's toy box? That's what I want to know. Wayne Horton over on the right side, dialed in at 710. Al is dialed in at 754. So the truck will leave first. And then the Priest Racing Chevy Beretta. We'll see if he can catch Tommy's toy. Problems for the truck. He shuts off just off the starting line, and Wayne Horton, talk about taking no chance of breaking out. What was the parachute out, about 800 feet? Once he went blasting by the truck, he said, okay, we need to put a whole lot of woe in this thing. 736 at 142 miles an hour. And Albert, I'm not sure he's going to have enough momentum to coast all the way down to the first turnoff down there. It's going to be close. It is going to be close. And it is Corvette time. Left lane, Alex Thompson. Right lane, Brandon Miller. 63 split windows a pair. 1,369 cubic inches of big block split between them. That should be enough. Wouldn't you think? What's that you say? 1,369 cubic inches is not enough? Okay, how about if we put nitrous on AJ's car? Would that be enough for you? We'll find out. Miller is dialed in at 754. Thompson is dialed in at 699. Wow. Whoa!